Hello, I'm Colin Johansson, Guild Wars 2 Game Director.
And I'm Ruby Bayer from Guild Wars 2 Content Marketing and the host of Guild Chat. And you are with us for the Heart of Thorns mega live stream for launch evening. We are launching tonight. Like, what, 5 hours?
5 hours from now, the countdown is on.
Oh my gosh. So for the next 5 hours, we are going to hang out with you guys. We want you to be a part of this party. We are all super excited. I actually can hear people, like the chatter out in the hallway.
Yeah, you're going to hear for the next 5 hours. Slowly, it's going to get louder and louder in the background as more and more people gather by the door of the room that we're in doing this live stream.
Yeah.
And more alcohol is not imbibed by ArenaNet employees.
30 seconds. 30 seconds I made it before somebody was like, hey, let me. This is what the entire, Mark is like holding up a beer at me. This is the evening, you guys. It's a big party, and we want you to be here for it. We are going to have so much stuff over the next 5 hours. We have a lot of developers going to be coming in and out on the live stream all night to talk to you about the development of HOT. What else? We have.
We're going to be toasting Heart of Thorns.
Toasting to Heart of Thorns.
And an entirely new meaning to that Lizzie will be sharing with everyone.
It's exactly what you think it is, you guys. We are going to have some pre-recorded segments that some of our developers have put together. One of our artists did a speed painting.
Yeah, we've got was it jumping puzzle race, I believe, or an adventure race?
We have two. You kind of combined two awesome things, which is great.
Even better.
That's totally fine. Jumping puzzle in the guild hall.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Jesse has built his own jumping puzzle using guild hall decorations that he's going to show off for everybody.
I wonder which guild hall he used. I wonder if he used the good one.
I'm not entering this debate. I watched you and Link and
I'm trying to like drag you
Tara
in
the other day. Number one, I want no part of those puns, and number two, no part of this debate.
You already hung out in the good guild hall. So Byron Miller is going to show off an adventure that you haven't seen yet, and he's going to speed run through it.
That's right.
He already did it once. It was hilarious.
Byron is amazing.
Byron is so great.
We have giveaways all stream long. So hang out and chat with us. I think one of the coolest things about this is, as a game dev, you know, every time a game launches, it's ultimately the biggest thing that you count down towards. Like, you think of things throughout your life as chunks of memories from games you've shipped. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I remember when that happened. John broke the fan because that's back when we were shipping factions and we were up all night for 3 straight weeks. And
ooh, you gotta tell me this story.
Yeah, and every memory correlates to like a game release, and I think it's really awesome that everyone's going to get a chance tonight to spend the last 5 hours before we ship this game with all of our devs and be a small part of what that's like. You get a little peek behind the curtain of the excitement and the just sheer joy that everybody has the night that a game ships. And obviously at midnight, when the button gets pressed and everyone scatters like bugs when the lights turn on, to go straight to their desks to get ready to work for anything going wrong or to play the game. Maybe that's a terrible analogy. I apologize.
The bug metaphor. How many people are waiting outside calling Colin? You called me a bug, man. That's
There's nothing personal. It's just what happens.
We love you. But it's very true. I remember that from the core game launch was that, you know, we were all excited, cheering, and then everybody just scattered.
Yeah, I think one of the coolest things about tonight is we're at a point right now where there is no one at their desk right now working on a bug, which is amazing. I have never worked on an MMO that is true. So knock on wood, hopefully that's a really good sign for tonight.
You know, I've been seeing people like all night long running around. I'm like, hey, how are you? Are you okay? Are you ready? And everybody's like, yeah. Yeah. So the last 5 minutes, though, the last 5 minutes are counting down. Mike O'Brien is going to give a speech that we want you guys here for. Yep. And then we're going to count down those last 10 seconds, and we are going to put Heart of Thorns live. So you guys will be there for that too. Right now, we are going to start the festivities with a look back at the past 9 months, ever since you got up there at PAX South in San Antonio and announced Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns. Here we go.
The journey of the hero is filled with trials. Trials of courage. Trials of loss. Trials of war. Each forging the hero in the fires of resolve, wisdom, and strength. propelling them into the unknown. This journey never ends. The hero's journey is to become legend.
What you just saw was the world premiere of the first expansion pack for Guild Wars 2.
We're going to be developing new types of content experiences that you'll find in the jungle. New challenges for you and your groups and for your guild. And as we build to the point of the launch of the expansion, we'll come back and tell you about each of those in a lot more detail.
This is what remains of the pack fleet that we saw, spoiler alert, get destroyed. Most adventures are going to have some amount of tension, you know.
I want to play.
We've all been brainstorming and coming up with a bunch of ideas of how we can really integrate this sense of progression into the maps.
All right. There we go.
So, masteries are going to represent a bit of endgame progression. With gliding, we really wanted to play on a sense of freedom.
Mr. Hugh, what is the objective of Stronghold?
Objective's actually really simple for Stronghold. It's kill the enemy lord. Come on, please help me. Help. Oh, yeah, he got my back. He's got my back. Boom.
You can see that giant vine is actually up here now, and it's shooting stuff down at us.
I saw on Reddit that we were like shipping next week, so I don't know why this isn't done.
When it's ready,
there is a lot more to come.
Yeah, Roy, you gotta get back to work.
Doing an expansion?
Yeah, little one.
Yeah,
big one.
Yeah,
it's hot.
I don't know if anyone's heard about it, but anyways, we're doing an expansion. So the buildings are actually destructible.
Yes.
So you can actually use a trebuchet and knock all these buildings down.
This is it, guys.
Oh my God, 10 seconds,
Do it.
please.
Where's the
Spike
clutch?
'em, spike 'em.
Where's the clutch? The score. Look at the score.
What? How did
300.
Oh, they killed the
Competitive's
NPC.
in the lead.
They killed
We had the lead.
Come on, baby.
We did it. We did it, baby.
The dream's alive. The dream's alive.
Unbiased.
So what we decided to do was get all of the little hiccups and bugs out of the way now. You like how I did that?
That's right. This was completely intentional, so that now there is nothing else that could go wrong for the rest of tonight, because we needed one thing to always go wrong, and we figured we would start with that and get it out of the way.
I'm terrified now that you were
is
like,
PR.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
hashtag PR. Lizzie is so proud of you right now. All right, so we're going to let Mark work out why the video is arguing with us, because it's really great and we need you guys to see it. But right now we have 2 extra people with us, so I'll let you guys introduce yourself, and you're sitting closest to me, so I'll pick on you.
Great. I'm Trey. I'm a producer.
Brian? Control the Trader?
My name is Brian Cottrell.
Oh, sorry.
Also known as Control the Trader. I am a producer on Heart of Thorns.
Yeah. All right, so now that I've just tossed Brian like right under, I love that NPC. I'm sorry, I just really like the story behind it. So maybe I do want you to go get me one of those.
Oh,
We
yeah,
can wait.
okay.
All right, so we're just going to talk a little bit about the past couple of years working on Heart of Thorns and what some of your favorite things are. Do you want to start with the story of your NPC, or do you have something else you want to
Oh, yeah.
talk about?
Sure. I guess it's topical. The Control the Trader actually spawned when we kicked off Heart of Thorns development. I was previously the producer on the competitive team, and when I let them know that I was leaving to produce the expansion, they decided that I needed an NPC in competitive to commemorate my time there, and they decided that Control the Trader was the most appropriate name.
It was out of love, because they were going to miss it.
Yeah.
Because
like
they wanted to keep you. You see how, hashtag PR.
Hashtag PR, absolutely.
I don't know. Trey, how about you? You don't have to tell about your NPC. But
I don't have an NPC in the game yet.
Why not? I don't know. That needs to be
Still
fixed.
have 5 hours.
We have 5 hours. Somebody get on
There was one point
that.
in time where Roy tried to add in a Dr. Trey to the game, but
What? Really?
yeah, didn't make it past editing.
What was he gonna be? We're
Just a vendor.
just a vendor.
That's a fun part of game development, actually, is character naming and the subtle jokes and/or names that people try to slide in. That editing, who is the great wall of protection against horrible names
wall
getting
of
out.
no.
Shout out to David, who does an amazing job in particular,
you,
and his
editing.
team of protecting us from horrible names getting in the game. Not that Trey is a terrible name. That's a
Dr.
wonderful
Trey
name.
sounds amazing.
But mostly it's horrible names that they guard us against. And they do a really nice job of that because
Yeah,
people
we
love
do.
to put awful placeholder names in.
So I remember before the core game came out for the Box of Fun, we have placeholder icons too that you guys have seen some. Does anybody remember the placeholder icon for the Box of Fun? Remember the stick figure? There's like a cartoon meme floating around for years and years. It's the stick figure throwing up a rainbow.
Classic.
That was the first time I ever saw the Box of Fun. That's how I discovered it, because I went and found somebody and I was like, what's that?
That reminds me of the new profession.
Oh yeah, the Revenant Elite.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, the Legend.
Does it vomit
placeholder
rainbows?
icons.
Because I'm going to switch characters.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah, it's mostly the designers' faces on Revenant with
I
a lot of
remember
effects
that.
and awesome hats and really cool backdrops.
That's great.
Yeah, so it's a lot of
So-
Roy's face and Carl's
Carl, there's
face.
some Habib mixed in
Absolutely,
there.
yeah, a little Habib.
Was that Habib or someone?
That was Habib.
looked, okay.
Yeah.
I remember finding
That
those.
one was harder to tell. Yeah.
It
And
was.
the best part was those got leaked. And somebody data mined them, and they ended up on Reddit and on our forums, and people were debating
We
what it was.
tweeted them out too.
Yeah.
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 I remember that.
That was totally our placeholder. Glints and Malix and Jalis for quite a while there.
So who was Glint? Which one of them was
Glint?
Glint?
I feel like it was Sean Hughes.
I feel like it was
I'm
Sean.
just throwing that out there. I'm pretty sure it was Sean Hughes. Shout out to Sean.
Thanks,
I like how
Sean.
with no hesitation you know exactly.
What is the first name I can think
yeah,
of?
no, I'm totally guessing on that team.
Sean's over there going.
Yeah, he's in
Nope.
trouble. He's in trouble now.
So we were talking before, and after we went off the air a few minutes ago, Mark had a thing from before we launched that he reminded us of. When Guild Wars 2 launched, were you guys at the party on launch night for the core game?
I may have been in the Caribbean over lunch.
Out.
Okay,
Out.
well, I'll just see my
Get out.
way.
He just trusted that much that it was going to go perfect that he could go on vacation at that time.
Well, so we had a dry ice sculpture. You guys don't remember? Okay, you would have remembered because it set off the fire alarm and sent us all out into the street.
Yeah.
And somebody asked, we had a meeting yesterday, and at the end, I think it was Kristen Borneman was saying, does anybody have any questions? And one guy raised his hand and goes, are we going to have another dry ice sculpture?
It's come up today too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Has it really?
Come up to, oh yeah.
Now
oh,
you know
yes.
why.
It's come up.
What, an hour ago?
Yeah, just about.
And what was the answer to this question
I
about a
hope
dry ice
not.
sculpture?
I really hope not.
Yeah,
I think we're safe tonight. Enough people are busy watching the Seahawks game right now in a couple different rooms that no one is really worried about trying to get their hands on any dry ice or anything.
I'm
Yeah.
scared
We're
to
good.
ask if anybody knows how the game's going.
You know, enough people are watching right now who could be DVRing because everyone should be watching the Seahawks game. Probably all of you are. And if you're not, you're recording it. So we don't want to ruin it. No spoilers. Have a great evening.
I'm looking back here at Milad, and he's like, I don't hear any of this. I don't hear anything.
Yeah, our director of communications is a Patriots fan.
Why?
And
Why would you do that?
he's, we said we had to keep him around to ship the game, but in one more day, we can finally get rid of this guy. It's going to be
We
great.
need him. He needs to stay. Yeah. All right, so I have a couple of questions for you guys. What are you most looking forward to for Heart of Thorns? Pop quiz. Whoever thinks of the answer
Gliding.
first can go.
Gliding. 100% gliding. Bang.
Brian wins. I don't
Yes.
even care what your guys'
It doesn't
answers
even matter.
are. I still want to hear them.
Chronomancer.
Okay,
I can't get a handle on the
that's
Mesmer. I can't do it.
That's a pretty good one.
Guild halls.
Oh, no,
Because
now I'm
there's
torn.
so much buried in there that people have no idea
It's such a big feature. Why don't you just say Heart of Thorns is
Yeah.
my most interesting feature.
Guild Halls could have been a game that is just a game that is Guild Halls, and you do all the stuff that's in it, and we just happened to throw that in with Heart of Thorns. Like,
So when we were planning the Guild Week live streams, one of the things that we sat down, Link was like, all right, we got to set ground rules. We can't talk about, and then he said like 5 things because they don't know that they're coming yet. So what you've seen is like tip of the iceberg. I'm like stressing Brian out. I'm not going to tell. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm not
Brian
going to
has a
tell.
great story about how
I'm not
Guild
gonna
Halls
tell.
just barely made it.
Oh, jeez.
And this is not your fault at all.
What happened?
So as a producer on Guild Halls, obviously we're very concerned about timelines and delivering early and having a lot of time for polish. And we actually created kind of a new UI system for our in-game UI, and we decided to prototype it in Guild Halls. Totally awesome. It came together like just amazing. Pieces flying everywhere, development happening way faster than expected. Total production dream. And then we get into a review and we decide, you know what, we're a little hesitant, we're a little scared about what this might do when it hits our players. And so we decide to go back and redo about half of the UI in our existing system, and that added a significant amount of development time onto Guild Halls and turned it from a feature that was well on track, going like gangbusters, everyone's super happy, into something where
I did not know that.
a lot of excitement was layered in.
Oh, I like how Trey's just drinking faster and faster while you're hearing about
Is there
this.
anything left in it?
These are the joys of game development.
That's
the things you
absolutely.
learn that, and everything was going great, and all of a sudden, like, this is going to explode if we put it on live using this system. It only works over here. We can't use it here. And so all this stuff that we built, pull it aside, and let's do it again in this system to make sure that it's stable when we launch.
Whoa.
And that is the great benefit of us being able to do things like finish early enough that we can beta test and play test and learn things like this. Like, if we were finishing the expansion today, we would have found that out and then been screwed. So it's great. It's good we were way ahead of schedule.
It's such a great story. It's so
Oh,
heartening.
it has a happy ending though.
Oh,
I mean,
100%
better
happy
we
ending.
found it than you guys found it. Yeah.
Production stories are the best.
Oh man, are
my
they though?
gosh.
They always start with everything was going so well, and then
this happened.
Our job is an exciting one, absolutely.
But the thing that I have learned over the past couple of years, not being on the development side of the game, a UI change sounds so simple.
No.
Over the years, I have found well, because people are like, why can't you just do this? Why can't you just change that little thing? Because it's physically small in the game.
Button.
It's just a button, yeah. And over the years, I have found out how incredibly complicated, like the repercussions. It's just a line of code.
Yep, that's a fave.
Nope.
UI is a big one, absolutely.
Something that you remember Caleb McCombs?
Oh yeah.
He told me once, we were talking about this, when I was like, you keep hearing it's just a line of code or it's just a few lines of code. And he said it's not like, I've heard it described as like trying to tug on one piece of a spider web without disturbing anything else, but no, it's a 3D spider web that goes all the way around, and you have to go in there and pull something in the center without disturbing anything else in this enormous, like 5-mile wide 3D spider web.
Yeah.
So I was, okay, I'm sorry for saying it's just a line of code in front of you.
It's tough. We absolutely make sure that every time, it doesn't matter if it's programming or UI or design, but anytime we say just.
Yes.
Because there are so many intricate pieces to these kinds of games that just absolutely fall apart when you pull on one little strand.
Yeah, I find that everywhere now. Anytime I see the word just, I immediately think, okay, probably no. I'll keep reading and see what you have to say, but you said just, so probably it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Trey, what about you? What has been your best story for you? Well, it doesn't have to be a UI change.
Elite specs?
Yeah, changes in elite specs. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I'm trying to remember my favorite one. Daredevil was a pretty good one. Yeah.
There's some great Daredevil stories in there for sure, from the name to the.
I know that I know all the
To the
names because I was following it so closely.
Are we allowed to say what the other names are?
Sure.
That's the question that
that's
I would
what
ask
tonight's all
Colin.
about. Yeah.
Get after it, Trey.
So for a while, it was internal, I think, for like 2 months or something like that, about a month or two. It was Blackjack.
Yeah, I remember that, and I didn't understand. I didn't realize. Someone told me that blackjack is like thing that you hit somebody with, and I'm like, it's cards.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? It's cards. Why are we calling
one day
it this?
there was a board that Trey and John put up that was, here are all the potential names for the Thief Elite spec.
Yep.
Everybody in the office come and vote. And everybody put a checkbox next to the name that they wanted. And for one glorious day, it was called the Brawler. Until I stepped in and said, no, it can't be the Brawler.
Yep.
We need to put it back to be the Daredevil. So
Yep.
if you don't like Daredevil, that's my bad.
Thanks,
but,
Colin.
I love it. That's awesome. I didn't know that.
And its mechanics changed many times.
Oh yeah. From RNG dodges to just 3 dodges and not actually being skills to the final iteration, and even more.
Yeah, it's funny how I think a lot of the Elite specs, in particular the ones that earliest on we thought were the closest to being done, oftentimes ended up being the ones that later on, when we realized how all the other Elite specs came together, we ended up having to go back and start all over again. Like
You're talking about engineer.
I was thinking, engineer certainly, or the old name Forge, as it used to be called.
Oh, that's right.
yeah.
We had trouble with the engineer name.
Oh
we
yeah,
did
that
a
went a
lot.
long
Oh
time.
my gosh.
And that was actually, it was Forge, and each letter stood for something else.
Yep.
And so I don't even remember what that
come
is.
on.
Well, but then all of their abilities also had acronyms. Yeah. Oh,
That
yeah.
was super confusing. Every utility skill was an acronym, which was going to be great for the guys who were shoutcasting Pro League. If they had all those names, like, okay, that guy's using RSTY, M4K, CTL, and for FORGE. Yeah, so we did you a favor, Jebro. You're welcome. The Druid was the first one we announced, which we
That's
were
what I
sure
was
at the
thinking
time.
of. The first one you announced. Why didn't you tell us about it right now?
I was on stage. We got this.
It seemed like such a sure thing. Put it in the cinematic. Everything was in there. Like, yeah. Oh.
Nope.
Yeah, Druid and Forge were the first 2 we showed and the last 2 we announced. And it was not because we were sure of them at the end. It was because we were sure of them at the beginning.
Yep.
Those are also more production stories. We have a couple specializations we're totally happy with. Like, cool. We've got some prototypes we're ready to ship. Like, excellent. Come back from trade shows, come back from trying things out, and then, oh, actually, we need to backburner these ones and do all this other work. Oh, man.
Yeah, I think those beta weekends in particular, like, I'm not sure anything changed more than as a direct result of those.
Oh, yeah.
And even the feedback we got from the first beta weekend, I think actually caused us to change things in Elite specs people hadn't seen yet, just because of some of the stuff we got from that. And shout out to all of you guys. I think the Elite specs they're so much better today than where they were 3 months ago. And that's a huge part of our skills team, and it's a huge part of the feedback that everybody gave to help us get to this point. I like to think that there's a little bit of collaborative development that happened there, which is really cool.
Absolutely. Well, I feel like you and I have just been harping on that on the live stream for months and months. Tell us what you think so we can make this better, and we did because of you guys. So, all right, we are going to go back. We think we've got the video kicked into shape now. So we are going to go back and take a look at that. Thank you guys very, very much for coming and spending some time with us.
My pleasure.
I really appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Ruby.
Yeah, thanks, Ruby.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, we will see you guys back here in just a little bit. We have a whole lot of good stuff coming up.
You're no ordinary gamer. These are no ordinary gaming desktops. With a commitment to quality, uncompromising performance, and jaw-dropping design, Alienware pushes the limits to bring you the gaming experience you crave, because you demand nothing less than the ultimate gaming experience.
And welcome back. We have so much more stuff for you guys here. We are still getting that video whipped into shape, and I am super sorry because it's really good and we want you to see the whole thing. For now, we do have the speed painting that I promised you guys. One of our artists, Jamie Rowe, did some work on a Ritlock piece of art that she worked on. So we're going to take a look at that. Here we go.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We're here for the first toast segment. So we are going to be toasting to Heart of Thorns with the Guild Wars 2 toaster. How exciting is that? And then I'm here with Link Hughes.
Hello.
Game designer, primarily working on guild halls. So thanks for coming. Welcome.
Thanks for having me, Lizzie.
And you are a brave soul because you're the first person to be in that hot seat. The hot seat! Anyway. Sorry, facepalm emotes all over the place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fire off a bunch of questions. I'm going to put the bread down on the toaster, and then when the toast pops up, we stop with the questions, and we spread the toast, and we make a toast with the toast. It's going to be awesome.
Sounds clever-tacular.
Clever-tacular, I love it. Okay, so let me...
All right.
Are we ready?
Here we go.
Let's go.
Let's do this.
Okay. What's your main profession?
Weaponsmith.
What? The profession in the game.
Oh, profession. Sorry, warrior.
What's your main race?
Human.
Okay, there we go. How long have you been with ArenaNet?
Almost 2 years in just a couple weeks.
Oh, cool. Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Which feature coming to Heart of Thorns are you most excited for?
Gliding. Probably gliding. It just feels amazing.
All right. What elite spec are you looking forward to most and why?
Probably the druid, because I just started a ranger for an alternate dev main, and I'm looking forward to being a super heal monster.
Yes. Super heal monster. Cool. What's your favorite food in the game?
non-berry pie, of course.
Excellent. Okay. If you could do gliding or mushroom jumping in real life, which would you want to do?
Gliding.
Okay, fair enough. We know the answer to this one, but Gilded Hollow or Lost Precipice?
Ruby says it must be Lost Precipice.
There we go. All right. Do you know the song Bash the Dragon? Do you know
Yes.
the song? Okay. Name a band or an artist, a current one, who should cover the song Bash the Dragon.
Nightwish, obviously.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Describe a quaggan in one word.
Poo bag.
Is that one word? That's 2 words. Is it hyphenated?
It's a German compound word. Toast is cooking. Let's go.
I know. Okay, sorry. What's your favorite Revenant legend?
Shiro, man.
Shiro Man. Shiro Man. Who are you most excited to reunite with in Destiny's Edge?
Logan, I guess. He was my mentor, you know.
Your bro. Is it Wyvern or Wyvern?
Wyvern.
Okay. If you could summon anyone, alive or dead, anywhere, to be your Miss Champion in PvP, who would it be? Anybody?
Homer.
Like the writer?
Yeah.
Oh, toast is done. Fantastic. That was perfect.
I mean, you're good too, Hugh. You're good. But
we got
you know, Homer. He fucking
we have some
created
chocolate spreads.
Yeah,
So,
dude. Hooray
do you
for not
help
Nutella
yourself?
vegan-friendly chocolate spread. Yeah.
Okay, because I don't want to.
Have you tried this stuff before?
I've not tried that stuff
So
before.
it is not as
Mark,
sweet as Nutella.
nice little assistant.
Oh, no.
Here. Oh, Link.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
All the things. all the
Something
things.
fell.
Toasting all
my
the things.
toast is yeah, it's not. It didn't take.
Aw, I think it's because it's vegan toast.
Oh yeah, it might be.
It usually chars like the white bread, like super crazy. There's usually like a big 2 on it.
That's fair. Maybe there'll be one on the other
Like
one.
a
We can
big-
hope.
like a big
So this is not as sweet as Nutella. I hope you don't mind.
I don't mind.
But it is. Awesome.
I mind that it's vegan toast. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, it's vegan Nutella like spread.
I'm from the South. We don't do vegan in the
I
South.
lived in the South for 4 years, and I went vegan in Florida, so
Yeah.
it's like the South, not really like the South.
No.
There you are, mademoiselle.
Oh, yay. Oh, this is mine.
If you wish.
So polite.
There's more of a 2 here, not much more of a 2.
Yeah, a little bit. This is really exciting for you guys, by
You're
the way.
gonna eat a lot of toast tonight. Like, are you
I'm
prepared?
not going to eat the entire piece of toast every time. Also, this is why we're drinking sparkling apple cider instead of actual champagne, because I would be toast after 2 segments. I prepared that one ahead of time, guys.
That was good.
So, what would you like to toast to?
Let us toast to all the guilds of Tyria.
All the guilds of Tyria. That's you guys.
Yeah. May you
Wink.
all have many more fantastic
Toasting.
adventures, and
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing you around the guild halls.
That's really good.
Not as sweet.
It's not as sweet, but it's tasty.
Actually tastes like chocolate and hazelnut.
Yeah, I'm a fan. Cool. I think we're good. I'm gonna keep eating this because it's actually pretty good for being vegan. Anyway, stay
Sorry.
tuned. We got more stuff coming up. Thank you, Lee.
Thank you, Lizzie.
Yep.
Cheers, Tyria.
Cheers.
It's kind of where he is, right? You want to bring that in?
Because I'm going to get in here. Destroy all who oppose me. Kill them or cripple them. Then bring them to me. This world is mine.
Break any who defy me, don't you know? There's no life without me. Submit, a Mordred moth. Is he a moth? He's a big moth. He's a very big moth. A bug, if you will. Like a butterfly made of dust. I don't even know what that means.
What's up guys, Toro here, and I make a lot of different videos related to Guild Wars 2, such as hyping, analyzing, criticizing, and speculating about the future of the game and the implications of certain features. On top of this, I do funny videos like this. Cool videos. You have a destiny to fulfill. And share some of my live streams.
Don't freeze her, it's mine. It's mine, it's so mine. Yes!
So if you want to take part in the fun, the hype, or take part in the discussion, be sure to check out my channels. Until next time, I will see you in the mists.
Welcome back. Chaos reigns. Heart of Thorns is launching in just a few hours. Hugh, if I could pick my Miss Champions, I would totally pick you.
That's right. There's a very few wrong answers in life. That was one.
This is one of them.
That was one of them.
Lincoln's over there with like toast and Nutella and no cares whatsoever. He's like,
yeah.
whatever. I got
there
toast.
will be words. There will be words.
There will be words.
Awesome. How dare you pick Homer?
All right. So story time with Hugh. Now featuring Jessica.
That's right. With Jessica, extra bonus feature.
So, surprise, you're a bonus feature of Heart of Thorns now. All right, so we're going to talk some more about Heart of Thorns development. We have been traveling a whole lot while we were working on this. Some of us more than others.
That's right. I got lucky.
So tell me trade show stories. But we already heard the chicken wings thing, so you have to come up with something new.
Oh, that was so good. I still think about this to that day.
I know.
I think we'll start with this. We'll start from the beginning. So
of
the first
your life, or
back when I was a wee lad.
Okay,
back in 1980 something.
Yeah.
We have 10 minutes. And what was that accent?
So that was me, the old Hugh. That was old man Hugh. So the first trade show that we really started going to was Gamescom 2014.
Yeah.
And I actually didn't get to go to that one.
That's right.
But Jessica did. So tell us some stuff.
Tell us how wonderful it all was and how nothing went wrong.
Yeah.
So Gamescom was an incredible experience. I've been a constant PAX attendee, but that does not hold a candle to Gamescom. In the realm of Guild Wars 2, though, we held our first All-Stars PvP event, and that was super exciting.
Yep. Flew out NA people.
We did. We flew out North American people. Yep. We rallied with European people.
That's right.
We had players from China
fly
out as well.
Yep.
It was a really exciting time. And we had setups at the booth where guests could participate in the beta.
Standing desks.
That's right. Standing desks.
What? They were. Oh, okay.
So my outstanding memory from Gamescom was our All-Star event. We had our pro players, and I do the quotations because at the time, this is 2014. We've not yet announced pro league.
Pro leagues was not a thing.
We're trying to make moves.
We're just starting.
We're making small moves, small steps.
Yep.
But our top players.
Yeah, the top players.
Top players were there. Just among the masses, the fans, the scrubs, if you will.
Hey. Sorry. Carry on.
I mean, scrubs can aspire to be kings.
That's right.
It's just not going to happen for me.
It's just so hard.
Not with that attitude, really. So,
I just need a moment.
my outstanding memory of Gamescom 2014, we're about to embark on our All-Star event, and one of our desks literally falls off of the wall. Like we have these panels of computers and keyboards, and it's attached to the wall.
During Matt. This is somebody who's playing.
No. It was. We were about to start.
Oh, that's right. They're about to start.
Fortunately, we were about to start. If we had been mid-match, it would have been
hilarious.
Seeing
the person try to micro and then hold the desk up at the same time. That
would
would
have
amazing.
been hilarious in retrospect.
Yes. At the time, it would have been awful.
Okay, so it fell off. It literally
fell off. We had to get a duct tape and really anything else.
And prayers.
duct tape and prayers
to support
mostly.
that.
Just like every day, right?
Yeah.
And we had to stall on the live stream and say, oh,
Yeah.
how about that stuff we're talking about?
Wow, we wouldn't know anything about that.
No, we never. Nothing ever goes wrong ever.
Yeah.
Any live streams.
It was hilarious, but also a debacle. And what I will say about that is, it is a tremendous feeling to see how far we've come since then, how we've, stepped foot into the competitive arena, had some hardships, definitely some rough times.
Yeah.
But definitely, people at ArenaNet are committed to living this reality of competitive gaming.
Yep.
And I won't say it on stream because...
Too late.
Too late.
I have to say, I am in constant awe of how incredibly dedicated you guys are. Your team absolutely blows me away. You guys are so good.
So going after that, after we had this, we started WTS. We went to China.
Yep.
Right? We had our China thing. North America won. I just want to point that out. Put that on record. North America won. But I'll say a funny story. As well.
To make it better?
To make it even better. Was I was not there at this one. This was the only WTS I actually didn't get to go to. But Josh told me a funny story of how we were sitting there. He's looking at me with the eyes that he wants to burn me alive right here on the stream.
Josh's
Definitely
head
not.
just like appeared above this monitor.
I don't know what happened. I was like frightened for a moment when I said this name.
I was frightened, and I'm not even doing this.
So Josh was shoutcasting this with another shoutcaster at the time, who are my nameless. And they were sitting up and they were ready to go and they're about to start, stream. And Josh is sitting there and he, it's kind of hot and whatever. He's doing this. And they come up and they bring him like a little camera / like thing to control all the cameras and to switch in and out of game and do all these things. And they sit it there and they look at Josh and they're like, in very broken English, do you know how to use this? And he's like, excuse me? No, I'm going to be shoutcasting. Okay, bye. And then Josh is sitting there going, I have to do this and shoutcast. And, and so Josh then had to man mode, learn the contraption, this device in front of him he had never seen before, shoutcast the match, also operate the cameras, all this while he's trying to learn. Also, things weren't going so well. So Josh is also like barking orders, trying to explain to people how to get things going, learning this thing, then coming to the camera to him, like trying to stay professional and everything like that. As soon as it cuts off, it's like, I'm gonna kill somebody. And then it's like camera back on. All right, let's go. We're gonna be talking about the next match. Let's go ahead.
Great. Because when Josh needs to, he is the coolest guy. He's just like,
the
whatever,
best.
I'll fix it.
The little best. So we went from that to then we went to WTS Boston.
Yeah.
An amazing event, a huge step, right?
Well, if I may interject.
Sure.
The All-Star event was successful and super exciting
Yeah,
to
definitely.
behold. The memorable thing is we've come a long way, right?
Yeah.
Like we established ourselves as a competitive forefront and we were on the floor at Gamescom 2014.
Yep.
We've come a long way.
Yeah.
It's just sheer hard work.
It was amazing to see like the amount of people that turned up to just literally stand behind. If I may say, if I had the opportunity to stand behind esports players while they're in an event, I would lose my shit.
Yeah.
I would be like, oh my God, this is, well, I won't say anything because.
We've definitely come a long way. We've come from that to going to China, having some fun little things happen.
I think a lot of our fans will remember that and say, you know what, I was there.
Yeah,
I saw.
it's true.
I saw that dude's
desk fall apart. Yeah,
And
the community has stuck with us for a long time to get us to where we are.
Yeah,
Not only are we
absolutely.
committed to doing these things for the community on the competitive side,
And
but the
it's-
community is also committed to staying with us to allow us to do
Yep.
this for them, right?
Yep,
It's not just
absolutely.
us, it's not just the community, it's a joint effort that we're trying to do for everybody.
Yep.
And I know not everybody is a PvP player in Guild Wars 2. I wasn't for the longest time. You know that. I'm
Yeah.
still kind of struggling along. But I think there's an appreciation for how incredibly hard you guys have worked whether you play that particular kind of content or not, because it's a good example of how most of the teams here operate, how all of the teams here operate.
Yeah, definitely.
That was a terrible thing that I just said.
Yeah, no. And
some people, no. Everybody here works so incredibly hard. Shut up, Link.
We all love it. It's great.
No. But yeah, so then we went to Boston, had a great showing there. We had
Boston was amazing.
We filled out like the entire ESL booth. Hands down, it was amazing. People were watching, climbing over each other, asking about the game, learning about it, seeing about how far we've come. Then we went back to where we started. We went back to game.
Fall off the wall?
No,
Okay.
back to Gamescom.
We have something to tell you about your desk. And then back to Gamescom.
Back to Gamescom, had an amazing showing. Some of the greatest matches we ever had. Again, started at Gamescom where desks were falling apart. Our players were standing, trying our best to do it. To coming in and to going in and having a 6-hour wait at an ESL booth. People were holding
that was my
through.
favorite, man. Learning
so
about
great.
the wait times for.
Yeah. It was amazing.
We have 30 seconds. Do you want to tell one more story, or do you want me to play this terrible game?
I think we played a terrible game. Boom. Tell a terrible game. All right, so this game
but
is.
you like stories, right?
I love stories, but this is even better. So this is thing. If you eat a jelly bean, you pick a jelly bean, and it's either bad or good. Pick a jelly bean.
let me see.
Pick a jelly bean, and let me know.
This is how much I like you.
Perfect.
Okay?
So this is. I'm gonna ruin. I'm gonna ruin that right now.
I'm gonna spin this thing, and like, you pick the jelly bean that lands on, and it's either juicy pear or booger.
Yes.
That's
caramel
correct.
corn or moldy cheese.
Yes.
Which are both
I'm
loses,
so.
in my
I'm so ready.
opinion.
I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go in with you. I'm gonna go in with you.
Lime. Okay, I'm gonna eat something that's either lime or lawn clippings.
Okay.
I
you
can't tell. Is it this one?
It's gonna be.
Okay,
that
we should
one.
all just pick that one, and we'll just see who gets
I
it.
will.
All right.
I'll spectate.
Hurry up.
Okay, here we go.
We're running out of time.
Here we go.
1, 2, 3.
Cheers.
I don't know what that is.
That's the best.
No, you don't. If I gotta eat this,
you don't have to eat it. Oh.
Here, give me something random.
Oh.
What did you get?
I don't know. It wasn't lime or lawn clippings.
Thank you guys. Here.
Hey there, I'm Chafe. I play Guild Wars 2 competitively for the Abjurd, the top team in North America. Follow me at twitch.tv/Chafe for some top-tier engineer action.
How's it going? We're back.
Hello.
For another toast. This
Hello,
is Gail
hello.
Gray, Forum Communications Lead at ArenaNet.
Hello, nice to
Welcome.
see you.
So we're doing something a little bit different. We've been doing some like rapid fire questions when I put the toast down, but for now I think we're gonna have you share some stories.
Yeah.
Just some fun memories that you have.
Little snippets.
How long have you been with ArenaNet, by the way?
15 years on the 6th of November.
That's amazing.
I know,
So
I love
fun.
it. I kind of like it around here. Mike
Little
and
bit.
Brian is employee number 1, I'm number 2. I have no
Yeah.
intention of trying to be well, never mind. Yeah. Anyway.
Anyway, with that, I'm going to put down the toast, and then you can.
Should I tell you about the
actually, you have a story about the toasters,
Yes,
don't you?
I do.
Guys,
Okay.
this is going to be great.
Really quick,
Okay.
before she does the toast, I should probably tell you, or you can do the toast.
I'm going to do the toast.
Okay, I'll talk really
Here we
fast.
go.
Okay, when we were at Rest, EGX Rest in London, somebody approached me and said, why are you giving away that knockoff product? And I said, but it's not a knockoff product. Don't you realize this is okay? And they said, well, are you sure? And so we started calling it the authorized, genuine, totally 100% legitimate Guild Wars 2 toaster. So it now has a name, you see. You have to say the whole thing whenever you say it now, Lizzie. You have to say the whole thing.
I don't
run it up
remember
for
all
you.
that.
Okay. But I was going to share some stories with you because I think that, for me, the best part of Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2 is the people. So I wanted to tell you some people stories. Is that okay?
Go for it.
Okay, great. First of all, I remember a couple who met online. And they kind of shyly pursued this long-distance romance. And then they met. And then they married. And then they had a little baby girl they named Gwen.
No way!
Yeah, no, it's so cute. It's so cute.
adorable.
Yeah. And then I have others. I had a mom who wrote me once years ago and said she just wasn't quite sure if Guild Wars was acceptable for her son, if she should let him play it. And I said, not only should he play it, but you should too.
Play it with him.
Exactly. She wrote back and said the dad and the older sister were playing. It was kind of cool.
Aww.
And we have a couple family that to this day they have Sunday dinner in 3 different states in 2 different time zones.
Aww.
And they get together and have it like a Skype dinner, and then they all jump in the game and play the game to be together for the rest of the night. I knew you would love these. They're so cute. It's just great stories. And then I want to tell you about my friend Lois. She was 74 when she started alpha testing for us in 2006. And Lois and Lois is still involved in the game, still playing, still keeps in touch on Facebook. It's kind of cool. Yeah, she's really awesome. And then on the other side of the age spectrum, you might know this person. I'll tell you the story. She was 12 years old when we met her at PAX. Our first PAX where not more than half 100 people had ever heard of Guild Wars or ArenaNet. And we met her then.
Yep.
And she's now...
Toast is done, but you can keep going. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
What do you want on your toast, by the way?
Nutella, by all means. Definitely the European thing.
Like the toast is not doing the trick. I have it on like the highest setting too.
Oh, okay.
I'm so disappointed.
Okay.
Anyway.
Should I keep going?
Nutella, you said, right?
Yes, please.
Or the hazelnut spread that's not Nutella.
Oh, okay. The no brand, yeah.
But continue.
She was 12 years old when we met her, and she is now an employee of ArenaNet. And she works in our QA department. And then I have another Munchkin friend who we met when she was first about 7 or 8, and she and her mom, Elena and Carrie, travel across the country, wherever we are, to visit us, which I love. And then there was a player who got in touch with me just last night in the game and said that we first met in Nightfall, and that and that Guild Wars 2, after that point, helped him get through cancer treatment. Because it kept his spirits up, and he said he's doing really well now. I know.
I can't take it.
I know.
It made me cry.
He's doing really, really well, and he said that it really helped him keep up his spirits, and I thought that was awesome.
Thank you for sharing all those stories.
Yeah,
and
absolutely, my pleasure.
Start wrapping this up, but I have some toast for you.
Oh yes.
Then,
okay.
What would you like to toast to? I guess to the fabulous Guild Wars 2 community. And
to the community.
Many more stories to come.
And the players.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yes.
And you have some toast.
Okay.
Some lovely toast.
Oh, it'll be lovely. I will. May I take with?
Oh, go for it.
Okay.
Also, I gotta say, this job's really crummy.
Well, at least we don't see you loafing around all day.
Right?
Yeah.
So there's that. No, I love it. I love it.
Thanks,
Amazing.
guys.
Yeah, so we'll be back.
Yep, we will. Oh, tasty.
Yeah. It's
Rated T for teen. Blood. Brought to you by ArenaNet.
Yahoo! Who has spilled that legendary armor? Ass! Emble your team for the greatest challenge yet! Run away! Man, this ain't worth it. Figures in epic grades for legendary rewards! Ew, gated content! is that thing? I don't know, but he's got our legendaries.
All hail tongue ball.
Legendary armor or not, this is some bull.
Boom!
I believe I can fly.
Come back, I didn't get to lick you.
Guild Wars 2, Heart of Thorns.
Tongue Boss says hit the links in the description below, cause that way you can get into the beta weekend coming up.
Welcome back, guys. I am never gonna get tired of that bad fully. Just the tongue boss guy is like my absolute favorite. We have another awesome thing for you that one of our developers has put together. Jesse Christensen, who you guys saw on Guild Week recently on Guild Chat, is designing he's designing a lot of them. He's having super fun. He has designed a jumping puzzle within one of the guild halls just to show you guys some of the fun things that you can do with guild decorations. So we're going to watch that, and thank you, Jesse, very much for taking the time last week to make it happen. Here we go.
So hi, I'm Jesse Christensen. I'm the environment artist here at ArenaNet that worked on the guild halls, and today we are showing off some pieces of our decoration system in the guild hall, and some tips about how to build your own jumping puzzles and other fun shenanigans. So as part of, as an artist here, I get to play with a lot of the great artwork that comes out of our prop department, and one of the funnest parts of that is creating these cool jumping puzzles. And so one of the cool things about the decoration system is that now we now let you you also try your hand at making these awesome puzzles. So with that in mind, I thought we'd give you a few tips to get you started. The first tip is having a destination in mind. So I think here we're trying to get on top of that the gold cylinder piece above the guild portal, and we're laying down some pillars to give us kind of a guide, or stepping stones, like actual stepping stones to get you there. So having planning out your route is important here, and in doing that, don't forget about the pieces of the environment. It's the journey is what this is all about. So if you can get up on think about things you can get up onto in the environment and use those as stepping stones to get to where you're planning. And
I'm curious, how do you judge the distance from where you are?
Well, a lot of it's trial and error. I've been doing this for a while, so I have a fairly good sense of that, but I still miss every now and then. One useful thing you can do is you can line up some decorations and create like a little guide to judge your jumping distance and give you a reference point. Still creating more pillars here. Pillars are great. I love it's a great way to just create little stair steps up to wherever you want it to go.
Yeah. This seems to be like the basic building blocks.
Yeah, I think so. Especially if you're trying to go vertically, right? They're the. A lot of my coworkers like to stack fountains. They look great too. But like pillars and tables and chairs that you'll see here in a minute.
I guess the obvious question is, can you stack everything? Can you stack as many objects as you want, all types of objects?
Yeah, no, not everything stacks. In general, it has to go from like a larger flat surface to stacking something smaller on it. But yeah, we were pretty excited when we were told that we were going to be able to stack these decorations on top of each other, because it just opens up all this kind of fun creativity for people to use and abuse.
To a certain extent, I guess.
Yes.
It still has to make sense.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, chairs, right? So so here we are trying to make a case for a good use for chairs in our game, right? They're not so useless after all, right?
Also noticed you can glide through your jumping puzzle now.
Yeah, absolutely. So an important part of getting from point A to point B, don't forget about gliding, right? You don't necessarily have to just make it with jumping. Once you unlock the gliding in the jungle region, you can use that into your jumping puzzles, and it adds a new element, which is great. Lots of great decorations. I really have to hand it up to Seth, our programmer, for creating just this great system of things, and for and Jeff, our prop artist, for making hundreds of these things for us to play with.
Do you think players are going to find new creative ways to use chairs, tables, and other kinds of furniture?
Oh, I sure hope so. I can't wait to see. It was one of the things we wanted to do in the guild halls, was create like just a playground for guilds to just have fun and to decorate it up the way you choose. And can't wait to see all the creative uses and abuses you guys put this system to. So.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the first jumping puzzle made of all of chairs.
All of chairs. That'll be great. Okay, and here you can see I placed one just a little too far, so I went in and I erased that, and I'm going to put it just a little bit closer so that I can make that jump. Okay. There we go. Oh, and I missed it. So it happens a lot. For someone who makes these, it's part of my job. It's I'm surprisingly bad at them. It's definitely a trial and error process, and maybe more error than trial in my case.
Obviously, you have better tools to build jumping puzzles than these.
Yeah. I mean, this is a great system. I mean, there's lots of fun, creative things you can do here. It's not the same tools that we use to build the game. Those are, we have a lot more control over every aspect of this, of the pieces we put down. But I mean, this is a lot of fun. They really gave you guys some great tools here to,
And it's definitely going to help players explore the verticality of your halls, right?
Absolutely. You can. There are limits, but I'm not sure what they are. So you guys can just stack away and see what kind of fun places you can get to. Yep, using chairs, also important. So here again, we're using the erase tool. I didn't quite build it high enough before putting that chair on there, so I did the erase tool, and so I could stack some more crates on there before I put the chair on top. There's a few different sizes down in the bar there. You can see there's the one at the end. There's like the biggest size for when you just want to just erase everything in an area, and there's another step in between, and then the smallest one where you just want to erase a few things. So we're trying to give you a level of control there over what you're putting down and erasing.
Here we are. Almost at
see
the
if we make it. There we go.
There you go.
And suddenly you're somewhere where you shouldn't be, right? Which is half the fun of it, right? All right. So once you have your route planned, a lot of times it's fun to make these things floating jumping puzzles. So we're going to put down some pillars here once we're sure that all the distances worked, and some platforms, and then we'll just erase what's underneath it, and that'll create these floating jumping puzzles.
And you're defying the rules of physics.
Yeah, it's all magic. So there you can see as you're erasing things, the highlight border highlights what you're going to erase. So if you just want to erase one of the decorations, you just nudge that thing around until it's only highlighting what you want to get rid of. So.
Trying again to glide through the puzzle.
Yep. Oops. It's my awesome jumping puzzle skills there again. looks like we need just a little more help to get to these. And then it's definitely a patience, trial and error and patience. You know, if you're patient, you can just create some amazing things. So.
And you can probably go back through it and improve it even, like add challenges and different routes.
Yeah, I mean, guilds can even set up their own time trials and things, and just have fun contests within their own guilds. So.
Very happy.
Yeah, there you go. Well, we hope you guys have as much fun, playing around with it as we had making it.
Welcome back, you guys. We are here with another round of developers to hang out with for a little bit. Carl, who is currently my favorite person. I'm sorry, Roy, you can probably be my second favorite. You can be my second favorite because the Glint Legend is pretty great.
That's still like losing.
You should have made the Daredevil.
Second place, Roy.
I'm sorry, but only a little bit.
Someone's hyped for Thief.
Yeah.
Just a
little bit.
All right, so we're going to talk about making Heart of Thorns because I hear you made an entire new profession all by yourself.
Well,
I am full of
awesome
it.
team.
And Roy's like, oh God, you're going to get me killed.
Programmers, effects artists, animators.
And we did a lot of prototyping kind of early on. Oh man, the Sword 3 skill.
Yeah.
That one was fun and interesting to make without the technology.
Yeah, that was one.
We do not have the technology. We will rebuild it anyway.
Yeah,
we have Bill. Bill gets us the technology.
Yeah.
Oh my
We got to show them what we want first, and so we built it, and then said, look, it works like this, and look what it does in the background. And he's like, oh no, I'm gonna make something.
Yeah,
Dude.
That's the trick to getting any code you want, is just having them look at what you do. That's all super hacky and crazy. They're like, okay, I'll do it for
And
you.
it just like hurts their feelings until they can't stand it anymore. They're okay, I gotta do this right. I'll be back.
No, it doesn't hurt their feelings, but they see how where the potential for breaking comes in. They're like,
They
oh
don't
yeah.
trust us.
So what you're telling me is that you use fear as a weapon.
Sometimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, how things get done. All right,
man.
so on that note, I have a question that I didn't tell you I was going to ask. Surprise. What's the absolute, we've been talking all night about working on Heart of Thorns over the past couple of years and everything we've done. What was the absolute scariest thing that you had to work on?
I mean, that's probably under your area right there.
Yeah, see how you like it.
Wow, all the pressure is straight.
Well, you got a lot. It
You
was
just
a
have a lot
large
to
amount
choose
of
from
stuff
because you have a whole new profession.
Yeah, to choose from there.
Yeah, I would say it's just Revenant as a whole, making a new archetype in a game that hasn't been done before, trying out a bunch of stuff.
So what do you think? Like circular projectiles?
Yep.
The cascade attacks?
All new things.
The
we even tried out like tons of different
Oh, yeah.
production mechanics
Yep.
for Revenant. Like we tried probably for a good while to make health sacrifice work as a thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Health
turned
sacrifice.
out too well.
It was
dude.
real, and it really hurt, regardless of how much it was, and it felt
not feel good. But
Yeah.
we definitely tried.
It was very punishing. It was very. It's kind of just made it so it didn't feel like a very cohesive unit.
I mean, it's definitely come a long way. For a while, we only had like legend swap and no energy. Then we added energy. Then we ended up adding it to weapons. And as you guys know, we added weapon swap. So things have been a long way. Plus lots of other prototype stuff.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest balance issue has been like getting all of the pieces, the weapon skills and the utility skills to all, and then like this when you swap them out to figure out how they work, and getting all of that to actually feel good.
Yeah, and all mesh
Really quick,
together
you're
well.
super quiet, so you're going to have to be louder.
Oh, okay.
Shout.
Just.
Oh man.
Roy's like, boy, I'm sure glad I came here tonight. So, I actually, talking about weapon swap, when we got to reveal Weapon Swap on the live stream show was like one of my favorite Revenant. It just felt so good to be able to, hey, here's this thing that you guys have been screaming for.
Yeah, everyone
Boom,
wanted
here
it
it
since
is.
that first time trying out Revenant. And like, we had already been talking about it internally, and we all agreed that it was something that would be good. So we were excited to show it off. Especially, I think you got whispered by like one of my friends with the name like.
Oh, I forgot about that guy.
Like something like, please give us Weapon Swap or something like that. Then afterwards it was like, thank you for Weapon Swap. Yeah.
Something I don't remember. If you're watching, that was hilarious.
It was a good time.
Yeah, finding
That was great.
It was interesting trying to get the play together without the weapon swap. And
Yeah.
like we got it like 75% of the way there, but then like that weapon swap actually just opened up all of the
It
possibilities.
just didn't feel good not having that option to swap to like ranged or something like that. Something else crazy. Why don't we talk about the many names of Berserker?
Oh my gosh. We talked earlier. We should have had you here. We were talking about all the names of the Daredevil.
Yes.
I know.
Well,
Our
so-
two
so-
producers.
So,
you
like,
look like you're going to do something terrible to them.
Thief had many
Thief,
names.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
Berserker.
So Berserker.
Yeah, it went through like we were naming like it Berserker for a while, but then people were like, nah, that doesn't really fit through different iterations. It went through other names like Marauder, like Firebrand, a bunch of other ones. Kept on going back and forth, even till like right before we revealed it. Basically, we had another discussion like for the 6th time, like
Oh my
whether we
gosh.
should actually call it Berserker or not.
And there
There's
was
also
a lot of like push and pull of like why we should or shouldn't call it Berserker. But in the end, it just felt like this guy was. He presses and he's aggressive to the point of being harmful to himself. Like he's sitting there stunning himself.
Also because of the stat combo,
Yeah,
that's
like,
not popular at
the
all.
stat combo was very, that had some play to it.
Berserker's just never going to go away. We're going to have it in there.
Yep, forever.
And this is how I'm envisioning the conversation. Nope. Berserkers. We're just going to name something that.
Yeah.
Then it will always be there.
Now you're gonna have a berserker, so you can berserk while you're berserking.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Yo, dog.
I was like, who's going to say it? Who's going to say it?
Somebody had to say it.
So I'm
kind of excited for it.
surprised. Really?
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to. I've had a good time seeing what other people are doing with it, and it looks like so much fun. I have to say that Firebrand fits for me. Just because when we were watching it, I was like, please set more things on fire. I think there's something 3 maps over that
Yeah.
did not catch
It's not
fire.
yet
You might
burned.
want to hit it again.
That's actually a good name we might end up using, but we thought it like was too magical
Not
for
for
the most
Berserker.
part. Yeah.
yeah, we're not going to change that.
Like we were like,
you got
if you have a
couple hours.
mode where you go crazy for a while, like that's our chance to name something Berserker.
Yeah, this was the chance to do it.
Awesome. All right, what are you most looking forward to in Heart of Thorns?
Oh.
We got like 30 seconds. Otherwise, I'd keep talking to these guys all night.
Like, in what area?
You pick.
I'm trying to think of like.
You have
I'm
the
looking
whole
forward
wide
to,
world.
So I've been leveling up profession-wise my Guardian, and I have a Berserker bow, ascended Berserker bow, and just it's pretty much decked out.
Sweet.
I'm looking forward to seeing how much impact I can actually get out of it.
Nice.
I feel like it would be a cop-out for me to say Revenant, so...
You can't say everything in the game except the Revenant.
Okay, I will say raids, because I was a big raider in other games,
Were
and
you
I
really?
love
Sweet.
what we have done with raids.
Soon.
Yeah, soon.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We will be back very shortly. Thank you both.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Kamzoli and I play Guild Wars 2 competitively in World vs. World. I've played with some of the most famous guilds on the entire planet. Follow me at twitch.tv/Kamzoli.
Hey, how's it going, guys? We're back with another toaster segment. I know you guys are super stoked, because I am. I've had way too much apple cider. I am hyped up on the sugar. Anyway, I'm here with Bobby Stein. He's a narrative lead on Guild Wars 2. Welcome.
How's it going?
Going great. How are you?
Good, good.
It's a cool
Excited
night,
for tonight, yeah.
Yeah. Long time coming?
Yeah.
So you know how this works. I'm going to put the bread in this little toaster here.
Okay.
And then you have until the toaster pops up to answer as many of these questions
All right. Is
as
there
you can.
like achievement at the end or?
Gold star.
All right.
That doesn't exist yet.
Okay.
But it will after you get through
Cut
these.
the toast into a
Alrighty.
star. Wonderful.
You ready?
Yep.
All right. There we go. Okay. What's your main profession?
Elementalist.
What's your main race?
Char.
Char Elementalist. Cool. How long have you been with ArenaNet?
Coming up on 10 years.
Really?
Yep.
Daggone.
Full timer.
Which feature coming to Heart of Thorns are you most excited for?
Let's go with raids.
Yeah, like it. What elite spec are you looking forward to most?
Tempest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Obvious. What's your favorite food in the game?
I don't craft any, so it's pretty much whatever people mail me, and I've been mailed a lot of things like
buttered toast,
rice balls, cookies.
So whatever.
Yeah,
Whatevs.
whatever shows up in my inbox.
All right, we'll pass that one. Okay, if you could do gliding or mushroom jumping in real life, which would you choose?
Gliding.
Okay, everyone's picking gliding tonight. Guess no one wants to just jump really high. Guild halls, do you want Gilded Hollow or Lost Precipice?
Lost Precipice.
Nice. Lost for Lost Precipice too. Okay, do you know the song Bash the Dragon?
Yes.
Okay, name a band or artist who should cover that song, Bash the Dragon.
Mr. Bungle.
Okay, sorry, I'll get the next one.
Okay.
Describe a quaggan in one word.
Fat.
Okay.
I mean, in a jolly way. Sorry,
Fat
that
in
was
a jolly way. A bunch of hyphens to make it one word.
That was terrible.
What's your
Can we
favorite
go
What's your favorite Revenant legend?
Shiro.
Cool. That's a popular one too. Who are you most excited to reunite with in Destiny's Edge?
Everybody's probably saying Ritlock, so.
No, actually.
Really?
Yeah. You could go with a safe answer.
Huh. Yeah, Ritlock.
All right. Cool. Is it Wyvern or Wyvern?
Depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you.
Well, Merriam-Webster.
Oh, okay. I love this.
No, honestly, you can say it either way, but.
Oh, so it's both.
Yeah.
Ish. Or either.
Sure.
Okay. If you could summon anyone, alive or dead, like anyone in the world, to be your Miss Champion in PvP, who would it be?
Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln. That's amazing. Have you beaten the Halloween jumping puzzle?
No.
Which order are you in? Order of Whispers, German Priory, Vigil.
Order of Whispers.
Order of Whispers?
Yeah.
You answered all the questions.
All right, then.
So
I beat the toast.
You've beaten the toast. I was not anticipating that.
No, that's, well,
Maybe
sorry.
it's getting actually like good and toasty though, because it hasn't been showing off like the logo lately. So I don't know.
Does it light up?
Whoa, oh, look at that.
All
Jeez,
right.
Look here. Let's look at this one. Oh, look at that.
Oh, that's
little
pretty cool,
two.
actually.
Yeah, it's good. What do you want?
Cool.
What do you want?
Nutella, please.
Oh, it's also popular. This hazelnut spread that is not Nutella.
Yes.
Just kidding. So you're excited for tonight?
I am. Are you?
Yes, I'm stoked. I feel like it was just yesterday we were announcing this at PAX South to tons of fans, so I can't believe we're here. Actually, it feels pretty surreal. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. It's it's been a long time coming.
I hope you like the way I am spreading this hazelnut spread.
Oh, you covered the logo.
Oh, yeah, well, here you go.
Thank you
Help
very
yourself.
much.
I would eat some, but
You've probably
this is
had
my
like
third one, and
3
I
loaves of
can't-
bread by now.
I can't deal with the bread. What would you like to toast to?
To the team.
To the team
Yeah.
here at ArenaNet?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Thank you very much.
We will toast
And
to ArenaNet.
and to the fans.
To the fans, you know?
Without the fans, we wouldn't be doing this.
You guys, right there.
So cheers to you.
All you guys in Twitch chat.
And cheers
Face palming all my puns.
to us.
Cheers to us. Fantastic. So much sugar. It's amazing.
Good times.
Yep. Are you gonna eat any of that at all?
I am not.
I didn't think so. Here, I'll take it.
All right, thank you. Well, you can give it to the next person.
Yeah, I know the hazelnut spread. I'm like a pretty big fan of it, so you know, it's really good.
Enjoy.
Yeah. Okay. We'll be back. See you later.
One, two, three, four.
Everything is turned to black. You don't know where to go. You need something to justify your soul.
And we're back. We have Sarah Witter and John Corpening. Sarah is the only one on stream tonight so far acknowledging Fancy Friday, and you did a really good job.
Thank
Hey,
you.
whoa.
Hey.
I am not wearing a hoodie. This is as fancy as it gets.
You know, I will.
This is
I will give
formal
you
wear
and
for
your
me.
shirt is like super shiny. So
Yeah, look at that.
there's also All right, so Sarah, why don't you guys go through really quick and tell us what you do?
Sure. I'm Sarah Witter. I've been with ArenaNet for about 5 years, and I'm on the production team.
I'm John Corpening. I'm the game director for Competitive. It's PvP and World vs. World.
And you will notice that people are continuing to bring me things to
Yes.
ingest. I don't trust anymore after the jelly bean thing. All right, so what do we have here?
This is called the Mesmer, and our friend Malachi Draven, if I said the name properly.
Is that what this is?
Yep, put this up, and I saw
It
it on
is
Reddit,
shiny.
and it shimmers in the light.
All right.
It sparkles.
All right.
Yeah,
Cheers.
Can I do this?
Just a little sip. To the daredevil. I'm sorry. I like it.
Yeah.
That's
Wow.
awesome. All right.
So you
Shimmery.
say this is called the Mesmer?
This is the Mesmer, yes.
You're
It's
gonna make
shimmery.
a
I'm feeling imbued with power of the Lord Helseth.
Yes.
I'm feeling like I went from peasant to a king right now.
Really?
You know, I was thinking
Yeah,
the same thing while I was making it. I was like, I want to be like Lord Helseth. And then I spilled the champagne on the table, and I was like, oh.
I was just thinking maybe it'll wash away
Buff
the taste of the
Mesmers.
jelly bean. So I'm happy. All right, so we have been talking tonight about working on Heart of Thorns over the past couple of years. You guys have done a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's been a lot of work. It's been super, super hard, but we are not bored. That's what I keep saying. At least we're not bored.
No.
So we had some fun along the way, and you guys have bottle caps.
So-
and I'm just going to let you go because this is a great story.
A little introduction. So earlier tonight, you heard the story about Cottrell the Traitor, right?
Yeah.
And so when
sorry, Brian.
When Cottrell the Traitor,
You can't keep calling him that. He's already mad at me.
No. When he abandoned, the team.
There's a short period of time where we were free range developers, right?
Yeah.
And so as in the competitive team, we go from 0 to Lord of the Flies in seconds, And so we had another producer come in for a little bit who kind of got us a little into shape,
Yeah.
and then Sarah came in and then just completely whipped us into shape, And
go,
so
Sarah.
and so she had this idea, and up for our planning board.
Yeah.
I'll let you take it.
Okay, so our planning board, I'm sure you've seen it.
I have.
Is this magnificent board that's covered in multicolored Post-it notes that track our work and what we need to do for big features, things like Stronghold. Well, you know, you take the Post-it note, you write your name on it, and you put it up on the board and you track your work. And I mean, this is what we stand around and we talk and we know what we're doing. Well, the idea was, what if we made a cool way of putting the Post-it notes up on the board, you know, an exciting way. And
a way to identify who had what task, right?
Yeah, you know, that you can stand back and immediately know who to go to for that task.
So Sarah had this idea that we would use bottle caps from beer to identify who had what task, right? So it'd be kind of like,
that was a lot of beer.
I'm
like,
Bridgeport and you're at Hook, you know, and we do that. So yeah, I mean, Colin wouldn't let me expense 400 bottles of beer.
Yeah.
You know,
Colin, why?
just the humanity.
And something about being able to function at work was important.
Ugh, fine.
So,
All right, so
we had another idea. We have props here.
Colin the fun killer wouldn't let you buy 400 bottles of beer.
I'm gonna have to get closer to the camera to show off some of these props here. So I'm gonna take up my mic.
Okay.
Make a horrible noise.
Okay, so I'll continue with the story. So the idea is that we went ahead
He's
and
just
we
gonna
found a bottle company that you can buy the caps and you can put images on it. So each person from the team submitted a photo to John. We colored the bottle caps based off what department or discipline the group is with. So, you know, engineers are orange, server engineers are red, things like that. So you're able to know what discipline owns that work. And then you also have this super cool photo of the person on the bottle cap. And that is what we then fixed to push pins and have been using to track the bottle cap work with bottle caps for the team.
We track the bottle caps with work.
We track the bottle caps with work.
So
This is my favorite.
Which one is it?
Ask them if they can guess who this is.
Okay. We need your help. Who could this be?
Wait, let me see. Let me see. Oh, for heaven's sake.
Yes. That is Grouch.
That is amazing. Is that the American flag
For those of
behind
you
him?
at home that could not find out, it was Grouch.
That's incredible.
Yes.
I love it.
That was Papa Grouch.
Papa Grouch. Specifically.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So
it's been super fun.
Yeah. How many of these did you need? I'm sorry. How many of these did you need versus how many did you actually order because they're cool?
So each
We used
person
most of them.
had a
We made
different
hundreds of
quantity.
them.
Yeah, there were hundreds that were ordered.
So each task has got some.
Yeah.
Has
Do
got-
a lot of stuff.
Yeah, everybody who works on them, you know, like if there's 3 people working on them, we'll have 3 push pins in there.
Yeah. And so for like me being a producer, I needed a little less because they just put my push pin up when they needed me to help track something down or help them on an issue.
This is like the bat signal for Sarah.
Yeah.
You need help.
Yeah. Or, you know, Josh or John or Ike.
Oh yeah, sorry, I
Ike the
didn't
llama.
show the llama.
Yeah.
What? There's a llama one?
There's a llama
Yeah,
one.
Ike the llama. So
God.
one of the things that we do on building features is we do reviews on it. And Ike the llama
Go, John, go.
is to help us know that a feature was ready for some internal play testing.
Ah, that's amazing.
So Ike was, you know, he was the one that was letting us know that it is ready.
That's incredible. Wait, so this is like the when it's ready llama for you
Ready
guys?
for, you know, reviews or play
Whoa.
testing and
Yeah, when the team felt they were ready for a review,
Yeah.
they would put Ike on it.
yeah.
So Ike is
That
the
is an
real
amazing
llama,
system.
by the way.
Yeah. Have you heard the
Really?
story of Ike?
No. What's the story of Ike? Wait,
So some of the folks in London and England, sorry, the UK. I'm getting bigger and bigger here.
Yeah.
On planet Earth somewhere.
This is another guessing game. It's Papa Grouch. I solved it.
So
who found him?
yeah, a great guy, Edward. I'll leave the last name off.
Oh.
Edward, you know Edward, yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Edward.
Yeah.
So what did he do? I'm thanking him.
They
and-
adopted Ike the llama for the competitive team because llamas kind of become our mascot.
I noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was Edward? That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, I did not know that part of the story. I heard the story about, okay, we found this website for bottle caps and we think it might be kind of cool, all the way to the bottle caps are here.
Yeah.
Okay. That is extremely, extremely cool. So is everybody having fun with it? Are you guys still using them?
Oh, for certain, yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, so I have a couple of questions for you before I let you escape back to the party. What's the thing on Heart of Thorns that you're most looking forward to?
Oh, that's so hard.
You
And
have to
I'm gonna
pick
do a really-
one.
I'm going to do a really corny answer. I'm so excited for Stronghold to be live all the time. Stronghold is my favorite PvP game
That's
mode.
not corny. That's an awesome game. I've played it. I'm so bad at it. I mean, I'm like bad to the degree that I'm bad at regular PvP, but it's so much fun. I don't even care. I don't care.
Yeah, so I'm not going to choose between my babies. But
you can't say Stronghold either because Sarah already took it.
Well, he's going to stay away from competitive.
So what I'm going to say is that the moment that I think that was the most exciting for me in development, right, was when we first tested the Desert Borderlands map in World vs. World. And you know, the reason being is that like I've been on the World vs. World team, PvP teams, competitive teams forever, right, since the beginning. And that very first time that we kicked off our very first company playtest with World vs. World, before we even launched Guild Wars 2, I just remember like walking out the gate, you know, and for the first time it's populated with people, you know, and there's a sense of like danger out there, like, you know, out there somewhere lurking in the darkness is Izzy, who's going to kill me. And others, you know, and
but mostly Izzy.
There's that sense of danger and adventure, you know, stepping out there for the first time, and it was really kind of an exciting moment. And I felt it again when we first started testing Desert Borderlands map. You know, that first time walking out, and then just kind of feeling like, you know, there's things out there, you know, real threats and dangers, you know, and challenges to overcome, you know. So. So that moment in World vs. World was my favorite in development.
That's awesome.
And the map is great. And the first stress test, we were this close to leaking the Tempest. And so we had to rush a build real quick. about 10 minutes before the first stress test, we're like, oh, yeah, let's wait.
I think I blocked that.
Yeah.
Because that email came through, and then I think somebody from your team like came running in, and it was just this. Was that you?
Yes.
I forget because again I blocked it and let us know, and it was just like, oh my gosh, you know, pull the alarm, stop everything.
We're like, but everything's good. We got this.
Yeah. So. It worked out really, really well. All right.
It's great content.
Thank you guys very, very much. I know both of your spouses and families are out there, so I should probably let you get back to them. We will be back shortly. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Have some more of this mesmer juice.
Obey. Obey. Destroy all who oppose me. Destroy all who oppose me. Kill them or cripple them, then bring them to me. Kill them or cripple them, then bring them to me.
But in that slower pocket for most of these, I would say so. Yeah, so all that slower pacing is great. Your next one on our 5.
This world is mine. This world is mine. Break any who defy me. Break any who defy me. There is no life without me. Submit. There is no life without me. Submit.
Hold on, it's a wobbly stand.
What's your main race?
Char.
How long have you been with ArenaNet?
I've been with ArenaNet for 7.5 years.
Dang, nice. Which feature coming to Heart of Thorns are you most excited for?
I'm actually interested in the story, so if that's a feature, then that.
Yeah. I think it's a feature.
Okay.
PvE. What elite spec are you looking forward to the most?
I play Guardian, so I'm looking forward to Dragon Hunter.
Very nice, very nice. What's your favorite food in the game?
Like Bobby, I don't really craft any food, so whatever people send me or put down on trays.
Cool.
People have sent me rice balls and pizza, so yeah.
All right, just whatevs.
Yep.
If you could do gliding or mushroom jumping in real life, which would you choose?
Mushroom jumping because I think I'd be afraid of gliding.
So yeah, I'm afraid of heights. I would have chosen
yeah.
mushroom jumping, but everyone's saying gliding.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know what's going on in the live stream right now. It is a mess. Okay. Anyway, guild halls.
Guild halls.
Do you want Gilded Hollow, or Lost Precipice?
Lost Precipice.
Madness. Everyone's choosing Lost Precipice. So name a band or an artist who should cover the song Bash the Dragon.
Oh my God. Madonna?
Yeah. That'd be amazing.
I don't know.
Can you imagine the music video? That'd
It
be
would
amazing.
be so weird.
Okay, describe a quaggan in one word.
Coo.
Coo, that's a good word. It's a very good word, very descriptive. What's your favorite Revenant legend?
Glint.
Nice, that's a new one. All right, cool. Who are you most excited to reunite with in Destiny's Edge?
Keith, because I want to know what's up.
All right, cool. This toast is taking forever. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Toast is toast. The toaster's toast.
Toast.
Is it wyvern or wyvern?
I say wyvern.
Cool, me too. If you could summon anyone alive or dead to be your Miss Champion in PvP, who would it be?
Idris Elba.
Cool. All right. Have you beaten the Halloween jumping puzzle?
No, I haven't. Oh my God, it's so hard.
You have some practice soon.
Yeah.
Which order are you in?
Order Whispers.
Nice,
Order
me too.
Whispers.
We're out of time.
Oh,
And I don't
okay.
know that we're going to have time for me to try this Marmite, but we are. All right, cool.
Okay.
You guys are mean.
All right.
I might just like pop
Let's go ahead and because
get this
there's
ready.
a 2-part spreading process here.
I know. So
There's-
we're going to have like some butter and some Marmite, and I'm trying to, there we go.
All right.
Let's see. Oh, look, I kind of made it 2. All right, here you go.
All right.
You do the spreading, I'll do the toasting. Tonight's going to be super fun. Cannot believe we are almost at launch.
First the butter.
First the butter, then the Marmite. I'm worried.
It'll be okay.
Let's see if this Marmite
It'll
is
be
the best
okay,
thing
Lizzie.
since-
You have to try it at least once
right.
in your life, and then you never have to try it again if you don't like it.
That's fair.
It's okay.
That's fair. I'm going to see if this
So-
Marmite is the best thing since sliced bread. Had to throw that in there.
Okay.
Cool. All right, I'm going to do this. Here, you have this.
Okay.
What do you want to toast to? And I'll just have the toast with your toast.
I would like to toast to all the people hanging out in Twitch chat right now. What's
Hey,
up?
what's up, Twitch chat?
Yeah.
You guys rock. All right, I'm going to try this.
Just try it.
It's kind of like soy sauce.
Okay.
Maybe.
Someone described it as like beef stock or.
Oh God. Okay.
Okay.
I'm putting
Marmite.
back- Not the best thing since sliced bread. Anyway.
Okay.
Here's to
Twitch chat.
Oh God, and I'm getting this taste out of my mouth. We'll be back.
His beard is a legendary weapon. Asura are actually polite to him. He always gets what he wants from the Mystic Forge. Tequatl waits for him to show up. The Norn sings songs about the songs that he sung. The pale tree grew just to give him shade. The Asura have a college which studies him. Dolyaks hurry to avoid wasting his time. His shadow is level 80. Tyria got
world completion when he was born. He is the most interesting Norn. Interior.
We are back, and now we have Byron, so we know it's going to be at least funny, if nothing else.
Well, I mean, I try my best.
All right, so we have been showing off some of the adventures that Byron Miller has made over the past few months.
Yeah.
And we have another new one tonight with additional challenge, because apparently there's just like a ton of trash talk over in your seating area.
Well, so, I mean, like, the best part I've found about adventures is that when you sit next to someone who's not as good as you, and then you beat them, and then you tell them that you're better than they are, and they get really angry at you.
You just know that she can't come in here right now.
She can't come at me, this is true, but later she probably will. I brought some friends along. Some fellow designers of mine are going to race against me, and I'm going to beat them, and then I'm going to go out of this room, and I'm going to go over to their room, and I'm going to tell them that I beat them.
Because they don't know.
Well, no, they do know, but they're going to know again. It's really important that you tell them. Anyway.
This is really important to you more than anyone else.
Oh, no. Just
Okay,
I'm sure it's going to be important to everybody.
Tell me about this adventure, because this is a new one.
Yeah, this is a new one. This is the ley line race. You will transform into a spark. You have a couple of skills, movement-based skills, and some protection skills. And the object is to get through all the checkpoints to the other end of the ley line.
Okay. Faster than everybody else.
Faster than your friends.
All right.
Yes. I should probably type go
All right, so
and then not let them.
Go. We need to beat him.
No, they're not going to.
All right.
All right.
So wait, what's your previous best time?
I should probably. My previous best time, my all-time best time was 34 seconds, but I hopped on another character to sort of maybe give myself a fresh start. So we'll see here.
All right. Cheaty dev hack commands.
Cheaty dev hack commands.
Ready, set, go.
Ready, set, go. Boom. All right. Oh, I've already messed that up. So good thing I can start over really quickly. And
if you screw it up.
If you screw up, you can start over really quickly, which is super useful because I screwed up there in the beginning.
It's not a dev cheat. Cheat.
It's not a dev cheat. Everyone can do it. Exactly. And that's really good because you're going to mess up these things. I'm pretty sure that that's... Oh, I messed that up, though. Boy, I'm not going to get my high score. All right. So this is, as we call it, slippery rock.
Okay.
Sometimes you fall off there. You got to be careful. Oh, boy. This is not a record time, guys. I just want you to know that.
We're just showing it off. You're going slow on purpose.
Yeah, I'm going slow on purpose so you guys don't miss the action. Did I get it? Oh, I missed the teleporter. No!
Oh, no!
Ah,
do it again. Do it again.
All right, let's try again.
Somebody go get Sarah so she can come in here and laugh and point.
Rude. No. She's not as good as me, and that's just she needs to know that.
I didn't see her on the ground.
That's true. You did not. She's there though. Don't worry.
Okay.
And so eventually, hopefully, once we get through this whole bit here, come on. Oh,
no!
Right through the jump again.
You're the adventure.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Okay, so I do have to say he did this in like 34 seconds earlier. I saw it. It did happen.
It happened. I promise.
But now the
I
camera's
promise.
on and there's pressure.
I said promise.
You promise?
I promise.
It's kind of a combination of promise and plummet.
Yes, that is true. I did do those things. There we go.
Did you get it? Yes. I'm like getting invested in this.
I know. Well, you do get invested, especially when there's. Oh boy, I messed that up because I can't see because it's shiny. Ugh. Boy, this is embarrassing actually. To go on live stream, like on your launch live stream, and just be bad at the game.
You know what? You're better than me at this.
Okay, I'll take that. It's a small win. Boom. What did I get? 39. All right, that's pretty good.
All right.
Let's see here. Oh, my other account, 34 seconds, because I wasn't lying. And then Sperry
totally
and
believe
Lisa are. Look at that. They're so close.
38 and 40.
Yeah. All right. Let's try again.
All right.
Got to get better. Got to get better. Always got to get better. Oh, that was a really terrible teleport. Let's just, you know what? Let's just start over.
Okay, so the beauty of this
Mm-hmm.
is that you can keep doing it and finding little tricks
Yeah.
and getting better to improve your time.
Well, that was my 34-second run. So up here, there's a little sneaksy recharge for your skills. And if you hit it right before you dash, you get another charge of your teleport. And so you can gain a lot of time when you do that. And that, I mean, like, and that's a change that I made in the last time we were playing, because I thought about it for a second. I was like, hey, no, this is probably going to be better for my time. And this might be a record-setting run here.
You can explain stuff later.
Oh,
35, so close.
Ugh.
All right, do we have time for you to go for it one more time?
I think so. We've got a lot of things, a lot of time to do these types of things. Oh yes, better teleport that time in the beginning too. Every second counts, guys, and that's sort of the cool part about this. So I'm gonna beat Sperry here. Oh no, I'm gonna fall into this pit and lose. Great.
Whichever
it is, I'm gonna do it. I have that like, I don't know what the official description of it is, but you know when you play like console games that you like move with the jumps, like when you're Mario and stuff like that?
When I was a kid, that was the...
I have that, and it's really annoying when I'm trying to do these things. Oh, I missed the teleport that time. This skill is there's some things that can do damage if you're doing slow, and the shield is nice to have. Oh boy, lose seconds there too. This glare is killing me. Oh boy, this is not a good run this time either.
It was lag, man.
Yeah, it was lag, exactly. I'm gonna blame that and the position of Jupiter in relation to Mars.
That's fair.
Still 35 seconds. I can't beat it.
Something Mercury retrograde.
Something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Retrograde is a really good word, by the way.
Lizzie's going. Yep, that's it.
Yeah, that's right.
So when you start this though, because you're the guy who's been doing this and you're the guy who's made it, so we probably won't expect 35-second runs.
Well.
At the beginning?
I have a lot of faith in our players, and oh boy, but apparently not in me, splat.
I'm distracting you, so.
It's all right. I have a lot of faith in you know, especially the folks who are really interested in the leaderboard component of this and that sort of the time-based component of this. I mean, they're a good challenge for everyone, but the people who I'm really looking forward to hearing from, God, are the people who relish in the super cool, tricksy maneuvers that are going to get you those killer times. And so, you know, like the rewards are one aspect of it, but really, like for me, and I think I've said this, you know, at TwitchCon and other places, is that speedrun element really excites me to no end with regards to these things. So I'm really excited to see when someone finds that like you can bypass Slippery Rock entirely by doing this thing that's not that. Jeez.
This is how you don't want to bypass Slippery. Now I can't talk. That's great.
I missed that front teleport. So like, and I think one of the big things that we learned from a lot of the similar-ish content we've done in the past like this is that the ability to restart really quickly and to sort of hone the each and every turn that you make. One of the things that I enjoy most about this, and it's sort of a strange thing to say, like, I enjoy the ability to restart this adventure multiple times in a short period of time, but like, it's super important.
You know what?
Super useful.
I had to run back every time I died, I'd be super mad.
Yeah, exactly.
I would be unhappy.
Another thing that's kind of cool is, so if let's say I fall down here, I'm
on
dead,
purpose. Okay.
great. and I wait this timer here, it actually, when you click the reset, it teleports you back. But if you're like, I got to take a phone call, I got to text my friends, you know, those kind of things, and
Or
this
if you
timer runs out.
AFK.
Yeah, you're not just going to be left there on the ground. It actually will teleport you back, and it'll put you here. So that if for example, an adventure's at the long end of a jumping puzzle somewhere, or the start of it is somewhere that's really hard to get to, you're never actually in danger of losing out unless you hit that cancel button. So don't do that. Don't do that. Just let it reset. Yeah, exactly. All right, so how are we doing here? Lisa is beating Sarah. Well, I'm going to have to go to a room somewhere and let Sarah know that the tables have turned, because they were trash talking the entire.
Really?
Actually, for this last week, they were trash talking each other about how Sperry was 2 seconds faster than Lisa. But as you can see here,
this is no longer true.
This is no longer the case. Make sure that you tweet at someone, I don't know, me, I guess, who knows, about this, and let her know.
So I'm like seriously waiting for Lisa to like kick the door in and come running in here.
She would too. She'd be like, yes,
I
was
did it.
me.
She just like run through. All right, so here's a question for you. Out of all the adventures we have shown, which one's your favorite?
We've shown? You can't let me. Gosh.
Do you want to spoil one?
Do I want to spoil one? So I think the one that came together the best accidentally is an adventure called Sanctum Sprint. It's another race adventure with another set of skills, but the skills work together in a very interesting way that you wouldn't maybe necessarily expect. And it was sort of by accident. Lena, one of our story designers, did a story instance that used those skills, and I found them and I was like, I'm gonna use these because it takes place in a very similar area.
Really?
And so they when they work together, when you use some sort of the skills as a combo, it produces some startling results, or at least yes, it does. It does produce startling results, and it's super exciting and fun to go around the space that I can't spoil anything because it's sort of a major story thing.
But Sanctum Sprint.
Sanctum Sprint, yeah. You can get some of the, or Sanctum Scramble, either way.
Sanctum Sprint has already happened.
A Sanctum Scramble.
That's why I was looking at
Sanctum
you like
Scramble.
that. I was like,
spoilers!
It's not a spoiler if it happened like a year ago.
That's true, but if you were to look deeply
that.
into the title Sanctum Scramble, let's set the record straight.
Thank you. I feel so much better.
You'll know sort of what's coming.
All right.
So.
Look
I'm
for
gonna
that.
hold on a second. Am I in guild? I am in guild. Let me just say, looks like.
Oh no.
Sarah is losing. Weird.
You are terrible.
I know.
Do you want to do
I4E?
it?
Yeah, there we go.
Do you want to do it one more time?
Werf. Oh, rip Werf. Yep. Oh wow! Look at that. Shaved a second off after Sarah came back. So this is another thing that's really great that I like about adventures is just watching people's progression as well. Like especially if you've got a small friend group that like really gets after these things.
Yeah.
You can watch and see as they trade. No, you're not. You're not tied at all.
I'm pretty sure your guild chat is covered, but they are just completely ripping each other in
Yeah,
guild
they
chat.
are.
It's beautiful.
It's good. Look, oh, they're tied now. That's true. Sarah might have a smaller time in milliseconds. I'm not sure. I guess
All right, see if you can do 34. One more chance for 34.
That was such a beautiful run, though. It was because I didn't mess up Slippery Rock. Slippery Rock is what we call the little bit right here. That's called Slippery Rock.
Oh, this part right here.
No,
Okay.
this jump right here is called Slippery Rock. I messed it up too.
Nope.
I'm not gonna get the time unless I don't get trapped here. Oh, it's still alive. The dream. It's alive.
Do it.
Oh boy. Well, that was close. Come on, recharging. No. Dang.
We
All right.
saw your 34 on
We
the
saw
thing,
exactly
though.
on the Lifetime. My other account. I swear it's there's no one else named Byron here.
5 of them.
Yeah. Dang. All right. Well.
All right.
Shucks.
That was Leyline.
Leyline race. The Leyline
Leyline
run.
race.
Leyline run. Leyline race.
Leyline run.
There are a
Leyline
lot
thing.
of words here.
All right. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
You
And
can rejoin the party if
I
you
can
like.
rejoin the party. That's super great. I'm looking forward to
You
it.
can go taunt your coworkers, whatever.
I'm going to taunt the heck out of them. Ooh, boy.
All right. Thanks, Byron. We will be back in a little bit, you guys.
You're no ordinary gamer. These are no ordinary gaming desktops. With a commitment to quality, uncompromising performance, and jaw-dropping design, Alienware pushes the limits to bring you the gaming experience you crave, because you demand nothing less than the ultimate gaming experience.
I don't always drink tequila, but when I do...
I prefer El Jimador.
Da-da-doo. Ooh, na-da-doo, doo-doo. Ooh, na-da-doo. The very first time that I saw your brown eyes. Ban. You don't freaking reshop in the middle of my freaking song, man! You are banned from my channel! So Nicole, you know what this means, girl. That shit! Mesmer. Come here, you No, don't run. Wait, are you the Mesmer? You're not the Mesmer! You guys look like you got kind of, hurt out there.
We're getting wrecked over here.
Yeah, I see it. You guys gonna be alright, man?
I'm already dead.
I noticed. I kind of see. Damn, I died too. Hey, man! Let's go cut off that tail. Cut off that tail.
The MAGUUMA group is attacking us at the same time.
Roger. Yeah, they're teaming up.
No, I think MAGUUMA's just taking up.
2, 1, follow them now. Follow them now. Water combat. All right, let's go. Come on, guys. Come on. I'm gonna want to regroup in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Regroup on me. Warrior. War banner down. War banner. War banner, please. I'll love you. War banner, please. War banner, please. War banner. I love. Nice. War banner. Bomb on me. Double dodge through them. Get to me. Oh, I'm down. You're trying hard not to show it. But baby, I know it. You lost that love and feeling. Whoa, that love and feeling. You've lost that love and feeling. Now it's gone. Whoa.
Hey guys, we're back. Thanks for another Toast segment. I'm here with Daniel Jochu. He's our art director at ArenaNet. I love everything the art team has been doing for Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns.
Thank you.
Yeah. So tonight's a super exciting time for you.
It is. As a matter of fact, come to think about it, if I were to pick one moment that is probably gonna stick with me for the longest, it's probably gonna be this very moment.
Having the toast with me. I'm just kidding.
The toast,
part of it.
toast makes it that much
so
better.
Epic.
But just the satisfaction of seeing this baby out the door and looking forward to whatever we'll be doing next, which I'm not going to comment on, but I have an inkling that it's going to be good and exciting and creatively very challenging. It's always the best time of the development cycle.
Right. How long have you been with ArenaNet? You've been here.
I've been here a little over 12 years.
Wow. So you worked on the original Guild Wars.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we were just kind of shooting the breeze and remembering stories from our first release party and how
a little bit smaller, I bet.
Much smaller, but a lot crazier.
Yeah.
So it got pretty out of control at times.
It's a celebration. What are you going to do?
It sure was.
It's exciting. What kind of toast spread would you like when the toast pops up? Don't really care.
Nutella.
Everyone's been going for the Nutella or the hazelnut spread that is not Nutella.
It's fake Nutella?
No, it's just
okay.
marked out, you know.
I
branding.
wasn't supposed to.
No, it's fine. Everyone has.
No
It's no big
product
deal.
placement tonight.
I guess. So actually, I have a question for you. What was your favorite like concept piece for Heart of Thorns? Do you have one that sticks out that was really cool? Or
I
all of
really,
them?
I'd feel like
playing favorites.
A bad parent.
I see.
You know,
Yeah.
favoring one over another. We have an extremely talented concepting team, as you know, and you know they just knock it out of the park every time and outdo each other. So it's always a blast for me to just kind of walk around and see what everybody's working on and just be blown away and, you know, getting inspired.
Let's see.
Does that mean the time is up?
Yeah. Well,
All right.
sort of. We're gonna
Wow.
spread something here. I'll get you some Nutella.
Thank you.
And then,
Thank you. I
we'll,
feel pampered.
toast. While we're waiting, though, if someone, you may have gotten this question a lot. Like, say someone is really into art or wants to do like art video game concept arting. Like, what would be your like advice to them for how to get started?
Reconsider. Just kidding. No, but
Seriously,
in all
though.
honesty, it is really hard to, you know, full-heartedly advise somebody to follow a career in game art.
Right.
There's just so much talent out there, and the competition is so stiff. But it, you know, if you have what it takes, and if you, especially the drive and the tenacity, and you know, hopefully the talent, then by all means follow your heart. But it's not easy to get a foot in the door. Getting the first job is by far the hardest one. And from there on, you can kind of write your own ticket if you're good and work hard. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be in the shoes of young artists coming out of school right now with so much stiff competition out
Right.
there.
Yeah.
But anyway, I wish them all best of luck.
So good luck. That's your main advice. What would you like to toast to before we say goodbye to our viewers here for a little bit?
Every future release being greater than the one before.
Aw, fantastic.
And for them to keep coming at you know, at shorter intervals and more commercial success.
I love it. Excellent. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you, Daniel.
Go play the game, guys.
Yeah, it's so soon. It's less than 3 hours.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. So we'll be back. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
The decap, we've seen a boss kill. We are less than 100 points behind.
No.
This is going to be another epic.
You're very slouchy and sloopy in your chair. It's like you're trying to get your breasts under the desk. It's disturbing from this point of view. Swing around. Look at him. Looks like he's being pulled under the desk by a very strong little person.
And so people can see. If I sit up like this, he's not going to be able to see. I can't see a thing.
That's bullshit. You just like to slouch.
I do.
I bet you have one of those deep-seated couches. He said yes.
And welcome back. I found some more developers to talk. I pulled them out of the party to talk. Let's start with, I'll let you introduce yourself first.
Hello, I'm Scott McGough. I'm the narrative lead for Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns.
The voice of God. And Teddy?
I'm Teddy Nguyen. I'm a designer on Guild Wars 2. I previously worked on The Living World and a bunch of other stuff.
All right, so you guys have been working together. You guys have had a lot of interactions with like narrative and story.
That's true. Teddy and I have been working together since the launch version of Guild Wars 2. We worked together on
For
the
decades, basically.
Yep, just
Oh my
forever.
gosh.
We worked together on the personal story for Guild Wars 2 of the launch version. We worked on 2 different episodes of the first season of Living World, Return to South Sun Cove and the Queen's Pavilion. Sorry.
Scott was my teacher in middle school. Not really.
He got a D.
He did now.
And I wanted to call out, we worked together on the Crown Pavilion. That was the release that had all the different enemies you faced inside Divinity's Reach. And when I say we collaborated on that, that means I came up with the name Crown Pavilion, and Teddy did literally everything else.
She was superhuman.
Yes.
Yeah, I put myself in the hospital with one of those releases, actually.
Was that the one?
No, I think it's the one right before that. Return to South Sun, I went to the hospital for like 3 days because I had a blood clot in my stomach.
Okay, do not do that again. None of us need to play a game that
That's
badly.
how much we love you.
We do love you for your dedication. All right, so you came up with the name.
I did, the Crown Pavilion. Very proud of that.
I'm pretty sure you didn't just like be, okay, Crown Pavilion, see y'all in 2015.
Well, actually, Teddy did the bulk of the work on designing the encounters, on coming up with the actual adversaries you would be facing. He even named most of them. She even named most of them.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That was Crown Pavilion.
But that was one of those
ridiculous
things
amount of
where
fun.
turned Teddy loose. She went to work on it. She came back. She said, "These are the things I've come up with." And I looked it over and said, "Yep, yep, 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 yep. This is good to go."
They're all actually friends from my WoW guild, if I'm allowed to say that.
But narratively speaking, Teddy did all the heavy lifting, and I nodded.
Oh my gosh. So what was the hardest part about coming up with the narrative for that?
I think the hardest part of that is you've got so many different people working on it that having an idea that allows everybody to have their own voice, I think becomes really hard. Like getting that through line that connects everything perfectly.
So what else have you guys worked at? Just coming forward into Heart of Thorns, without spoiling too much.
Right.
What's your favorite thing that you've worked on?
I think the thing I'm most excited about is the addition or the return of player voice. So our player characters can speak again. So now they can speak in story instances, they can speak in the open world, they can speak while they're on the run, they can speak while they're in combat. It makes it a much more dynamic experience for the player. The player is much more central to the action.
It makes you feel like a character. I mean, silent protagonists exist in all gaming. I mean, we've got Gordon Freeman and whatever, but it's really not the ideal way to tell a story. We really want you to feel like your character is actually a person inside this narrative. And that's something you'll definitely feel in Heart of Thorns. You'll feel like I'm in charge of this band of heroes and we're gonna do good.
And then the setup, we set out to exploit that as much as possible. In the first story instance, you show up, everyone's seen the cinematic of the fleet crash, you show up at the crash site, and it's the player's job to take charge, and the player does in fact take charge. And you do that verbally by saying, all right, everyone line up, this is what we're doing next. It felt really good, and when we first saw it, that's one of the things we've been getting the most positive feedback on. Is my character can talk again, and then having the character be a very active and leading participant in any conversation that happens.
And it's been a long road. I mean, I think most players have noticed that the player character talked a lot in the launch game, but not at all in Living World for a couple years, and then back into the expansion, they talk again. It's been a lot of work on our part to get all the logistics aligned. I mean, it's 10 voice actors because there's 10 voice roles, male, female, 5 races. And, we feel like that work has paid off. Like, I think if there's one thing that is different from Living World to the expansion, it's the fact that the player talks, and it makes such a difference.
Yeah.
It does. It was really interesting to me noticing just player reactions, what you guys were saying when you started realizing in beta weekend events, oh my gosh, my character is talking, this is happening. And it was one of the biggest pieces of feedback we had when the beta weekend events happened and people started realizing that their character now has a voice and they're not just completely silent.
And it was a technological hurdle we had to overcome, which our technical people did. But I think the extra little push over the cliff that turns it up to 11 is we can also have alternate lines for the different races and the different genders. And so specifically in Heart of Thorns, your Sylvari character will often say and react to things differently than, say, a human character or a Char character would, because we are in Mordremoth's home turf. We are Sylvari who are connected to Mortarmoth, and so they have a very different outlook on what's going on around them, and the NPCs react differently to you if you are a Sylvari.
It was really cool.
It's really hard to talk about any of this without spoiling things.
Sorry, you guys. I'll tell you what, I will change the subject because one of the things that we've done a lot of, and we talked about before with Hugh and Jessica, was in this run-up to Heart of Thorns launch, we have traveled a lot. I mean, we've been to every PAX this year. Scott's like, I know where you're going with this. And like Jessica talked a lot about how the desk fell apart at that first event back in Cologne. One of the things that we did was travel to PAX East in Boston. It was Hoth.
It was,
oh my gosh, there was so much snow.
6 to 7 feet of snow on the sides of the road, and it had frozen solid. So we were in these little ice lanes everywhere we went.
It was disgusting.
And I woke up on the first day and the radio said, it's 9 degrees. And I thought to myself, usually when it's 9 degrees, I stay in bed.
I'm going home.
I'm not going outside when it's 9 degrees. But
Yeah.
we were there for the show, and I'm glad I went, but 9 degrees.
It was ridiculous. It was so cold. But what happened one night, we had a party for you guys. I think, was it at the Hard Rock? I think it was, I don't know, it was a fan party and it was great and it was at a place. But the problem was we had a whole lot of swag to give away. We had a lot of prize giveaways. And one of my jobs after the show floor closed down that night was to get the swag to the party. And I believe 6 developers as well. So these are my...
So some of us got recruited to help Ruby carry the swag.
I love you. Thank you. But you can imagine what it was like when the convention center let out. There was no cab to be had. The cab line was literally like 3 hours long. We've got hand trucks of party prizes, and our Uber driver got lost, and he got so lost he gave up and canceled our ride.
He literally gave up. Just we were following him on the smartphone. Look, there's the blip. There's the blip. Wait, where's he going?
Bam.
Gone.
He canceled it.
Gone.
Yeah, No, thank goodness. But the whole thing, I mean, when they cancel, the whole thing disappears from your app. It's gone. So we didn't even, I mean, he called and shouted at me a couple times. But so in the end, we're like trundling back past the convention center, literally hundreds and hundreds of people waiting for cabs. The party is now starting and we have all the prizes.
Everyone's waiting on us to show up with the prizes and the swag.
Yeah, so we finally, and I'm like frantically calling another Uber, but so we wound up on like the busiest street corner in Boston at the moment.
Right outside the convention center.
Everybody's freezing to death. We have these hand trucks, and I got an SUV, an Uber SUV to come and get us that not everybody would fit in. So we're waiting, and Aaron, one of our map artists, I will let you take it from here.
We were on the one side of the street waiting for our Uber driver, and
please don't say what you actually said. But
Aaron, one of our environmental artists, Aaron, he said, I'm going to go across the street and I'm going to wait on the other side in case our Uber driver shows up on the other side so we can start the loading process. And Aaron had this flimsy hand truck full of swag, boxes of t-shirts and other goodies.
Char plush.
And the streets are gridlocked, just packed. So every time the light changes, maybe 2 or 3 cars move. Aaron says, I think I see the Uber driver, and he runs out into the street. There's ice in the street. As Aaron hits the far side of the curb, the flimsy hand truck falls over, boxes go everywhere, and Aaron became part of the problem. Now there's more gridlock, and now all of our swag is frozen, and we still don't have an Uber car.
Char plushies in the street. Aaron is literally on his hands and knees in this intersection, chucking char plush onto the sidewalk, and I literally turned my back to the entire scene, and I said, someone tell me when it's over.
It was like one of those old Flintstone cartoons, like, I can't watch, tell me,
I
tell me.
didn't even want to know. And Scott, I will edit you. Scott yells at Aaron, and he's got this voice that like ricochets off every building in Boston.
I yelled to Aaron.
You yelled to Aaron. He said, something, Aaron, now you're part of the problem. And one of the other people with us, she's like on her knees in the street because she can't even breathe. She's laughing so hard.
I grew up in New Jersey. I was very cold, and I'm by nature very salty. And so at that time, I let loose with perhaps a little too much salt.
I think you said darn it.
Fudge.
Yeah,
He did.
I was trying to melt the ice, so I got extra salty.
He did shout fudge. But you know what? That also, I just remembered that saved me from getting hit by a bus also.
Well, that was okay. That was a different encounter. That was on our way to the Uber driver. Ruby was dead set on, we're going to get to that cab stand, and we're going to wait for our Uber driver.
I wanted to give you guys prizes.
She's dragging the prizes behind. We're all freezing. We're all carrying big boxes of swag. And a Boston policeman who is directing traffic in and out of the very busy convention center points at us and says, wait there. and then he waves a bus on, and Ruby, who was not paying attention to the policeman, starts walking into the lane where the bus is going.
There was no cop.
And I shouted in my resonant voice, "Ruby, no!" And I'm not a parent, but apparently that's the parent voice. So Ruby stopped cold, and the bus missed her, and the cop shook his head, but everybody was happy. Nobody got hurt.
I never saw a cop.
But
good job, Scott. You saved it.
You saved me from death because I have never stopped so suddenly in my. We're done.
So yeah, so my voice can be used for good in Ruby's case, or for ill when I'm yelling at Aaron across the street.
We love you, Aaron. We're
Scott,
sorry.
in fact, does some of the voice acting for some of our temporary.
I do sometimes do scratch tracks for us, which is always big fun. I got to do an Asura. I got to do Captain Magnus once. I was the guy who yelled "Trebuchet!" None of this made it into the game. This was just scratch track for testing purposes. But it's always a treat.
In the game.
That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So we have had fun. We have almost gotten hit by a bus.
Mm-hmm.
We have created amazing player voices and given your characters a voice. All right, so we're going to let you guys get back to the party.
All
Thank
right.
you both so much for everything you've done.
It's been
and
a pleasure. See you in the
all
jungle.
of the fun. We have a new Quaggan Deep Thoughts for you guys up next. So here we go. Take a look.
Quaggan Deep Thoughts. Everybody is unique. Quaggan has to remember not to laugh when Quaggan sees the silly way Char swim, because it could hurt Char's feelings, and Char might stab Quaggan with pointy metal. Foo. Trust is a virtue. Foo. Not all bubbles are good bubbles. Enjoy yourself. Cool! A friendly human taught me a name song. Boop doop, boop doop, boop doop. Banana fana, foop doop. Fee fi, moop doop, boop doop. Be yourself. Quaggan wants to drink human tonic, so Quaggan can run around saying, "Look at Quaggan! Look at Quaggan! Quaggan is human." But Quaggan would only be pretending. Let go, look forward. If Shark eats Quaggan's tiny shrimp, Quaggan should just let it go, because it's inside Shark's belly already. And what is Quaggan going to do? Tiny shrimp is gone forever. Always consider the possibilities. Quaggan doesn't understand sneezing because no bubbles come out. Quaggan thinks sneezing is weird. Emotions are scary. Quaggan doesn't like going into murderous berserker rages. Unless tiny shrimp are involved, then Quaggan thinks it might be justified.
Hey guys! guys, we're back. I'm here with Colin Johansson, in case you don't recognize this fella.
Hello.
Game director for Guild Wars 2 Art of Thorns.
You might remember me from such streams as earlier today.
Maybe. I don't know.
TwitchCon, Guild Chat, or other
All
streams.
of the things.
Yes.
So exciting. It's getting really loud out there, by the way.
It is really loud.
Like,
There's actually a massive party going on about 6 feet from where we're sitting right now, behind a closed door.
So thanks for stepping in for a second.
No problem.
I really appreciate it. So how this segment works is we're going to put the bread down on the toaster, and then you have until the toast pops up to answer as many questions as I can get through. So
Do I get to keep the toaster afterwards?
I mean, you're the game director, so if you really want the toaster.
Fun story, no one at ArenaNet owns these. Like,
No,
we are just as jealous as all the fans are.
That's it.
One day, if it's missing from the live stream room, it was not me.
I'm really hoping, interesting, really hoping that this thing doesn't burn out, because that would suck. Anyway, here we go. So
Okay.
put down the toast.
I am more scared right now than of any moment in my entire career. I have no idea what's coming on those cards.
It's going to be great. Easy questions first.
Okay.
What's your main profession?
Engineer.
High five.
Get it? Engineers.
Yep. What's your race?
Asura.
Love it. Asura NG. How long have you been with ArenaNet?
Over 10 years now.
Wow. Which feature coming to Heart of Thorns are you most excited for?
Guild halls. Actually, the correct answer is all of them equally.
Yes.
But
Hashtag PR.
I think Guild halls is the one that it's the underdog. It's the one that even when we announced it at E3, it kind of went under the radar a little bit. People didn't really know exactly how much is in there, and when they really get into it, when they start unlocking all the stuff in Guild halls, I think they are gonna have an amazing time with that feature, that set of features.
Okay. Rapid fire questions.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm in PR mode.
You're used to media interviews. I get it. I love it, but not for this. What
You
elite
trained me to answer like this? Oh, please,
No.
go on.
Yes. What elite spec are you looking forward to most, and why?
Scrapper, because
Yes.
it's tied to engineer.
Obviously, love it. What's your favorite food in the game?
In the game?
Yeah. Buttered toast. Just saying.
Omnom berries, because of the cool effect you get.
Nice, nice. If you could do gliding or mushroom jumping in real life, what would you choose?
It's not omnom berries, it's the boo berries. I'm sorry, it's the ghost ones from Halloween. What am I saying?
Oh my God.
I might get fired when I leave here. Okay,
It's
sorry,
fine.
what was the question?
If you could do gliding or mushroom jumping in real life, what would you do?
Gliding, absolutely.
Gliding in real life. Gilded Hollow or Lost Precipice?
Lost Precipice.
Name a band or artist who should cover the song Bash the Dragon.
That cannot be covered. It can never be replicated.
Love it.
No band deserves
Only
to cover
McLean.
that song.
All
That is
right.
McLean only.
I
Yep.
love it. Describe a quaggan in one word.
Poo.
Oh my God, I need like a gif of that like right now. Get on it, internet.
Poo Bags was their nickname for 6 months in development before we settled on Quaggan. Fun fact.
Poo Bag.
Poo Bag, yep.
Wow.
Cake Eye special right there. Named him Poo Bags when he did the
Oh my
concept art, and
God.
it stuck with us. Yeah,
Incredible.
There you go.
Is it wyvern or wyvern?
So I thought Wyvern. Many of our QA team corrected me and said it's Wyvern. I think they're wrong, and it's Wyvern.
Oh no, the toast is up. But I have one more question for you.
Okay.
If you could summon anyone, alive or dead, to be your Miss Champion in PvP, who would it be?
Whoa, that is a really hard question. I'm going to go with Sean Kemp of the Seattle Supersonics. Number one, because the Sonics need to come back. Number two, because, man, that guy could dunk.
All right.
And I have to ask, who would you summon?
Who, if anyone?
If you could summon anyone, dead or alive,
to be
your Miss Champion.
PvP Miss Champion, I have to say Jebro.
That's a fine choice.
For reasons.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. So, what would you like on your toast, sir?
Is there alcohol options?
There's no alcohol. There's sparkling cider because I'm doing like 9 of these segments. So
Nutella for me, please.
Oh my God! Everyone is going for the hazelnut spread that is not Nutella.
I mean I should have noticed it was crossed out. Yes.
It's really not a big deal.
Not Nutella.
We have a new brand partner after this, this whole segment here. So the fueling game development.
When I need to fuel my day, I turn towards
hazelnut spread that is not Nutella.
I'm curious.
Look at that, so gooey.
Was there a question there that's just like the hardball that's gotten everyone tonight, or the curveball that no one's expected that I didn't get?
Here, you can have this if you would
Okay.
like. If not, we can just be decoration because
Okay.
there's so much bread, so much bread.
I will put it right here.
Have you beaten the Halloween jumping puzzle?
Never, not once. I have cheated many times
Colin
on dev.
Johansson.
I have not.
Not beaten the Halloween jumping puzzle.
I have spent like 30 hours in that freaking thing. And
maybe this year's the year, though.
It's not going to happen. I just don't have the skills. But I've cheated and beaten it many times by teleporting on dev.
Cheater.
Yeah.
Not fair.
I know, it's lame.
I'm trying to see if there's anything I missed. Oh, your favorite Revenant legend? Did we go over that one?
We didn't. That's an interesting question. There's a lot of history there. I'm going to go with... I got to say Glint, just as a man of GW1 lore and love.
Cool.
I think Glint stands out, but there's so much good stuff in there.
Yeah.
You know, I was on the team that built Domain of Anguish and Malix. So I have a lot of close ties to that.
Yeah.
Yep. Late and others things, yes.
Loopy. It's been a long time coming, this whole expansion thing.
2 hours and 15 minutes ago, we're almost there.
I feel like we were like just back at PAX South announcing this.
That was crazy, by the way.
Yeah.
That was, I think that, looking back on that, like that was one of the coolest things ever.
Yeah.
The way that whole thing went down and the reaction to it and everything. That was great. And it does feel like it really wasn't that long ago.
I know, so exciting. Well, I'll let you get back to it, but before we go, would you like to make a toast?
I would love to.
What's the toast? What are we toasting?
Well, you know, we always like to say that Guild Wars 2 is the greatest community that you can find in an online game. You know, I don't know if that's true or not, but man, everything I've ever seen tells me that it is, and every experience I've ever had with our fans tells me it is. So I would say cheers to all the people who help make our game great, which is all of you guys.
I love it.
Yeah.
Cool. Well,
Cheers.
let's cheers. And then on that note, we're actually going to show you a quick video from our EU community team. They are in the Brighton office, so we're going to cut to that. Those guys are awesome. So
cheers to all our friends in Europe. Yeah.
Yay. Have fun.
Hello. I want to give a big thank you to all of our European players who've been so passionate and dedicated to Guild Wars 2 over the last 3 years. We are now we are there. Heart of Thorns is here. And we're really excited, we hope you're really excited, and it's going to be a fantastic years ahead.
Greetings guys, it's amazing to think that less than 12 months ago people didn't even know that Heart of Thorns existed, and now it's on store shelves. We're incredibly excited for you to play it. It's been an absolute privilege to promote it over the past, the past 8 months. A lot has happened. But yeah, we can't wait for you to play it. I can't wait to play it. The rest of the team can't wait to play it. Look forward to seeing you in Heart of MAGUUMA.
Hola a todos, estamos solo a unos días de lanzar Heart of Thorns y queríamos daros las gracias por estar con nosotros durante los últimos 3 años. Tenemos una comunidad estupenda y nos alegramos mucho de que nos hayáis apoyado hasta ahora y esperamos que disfrutéis mucho del juego. El equipo ha trabajado muy duro y esperamos que la expansión os resulte satisfactoria y que os guste mucho. Y os quería dar las gracias especialmente de parte de todo el equipo de ArenaNet a todos los miembros de la comunidad. Tenemos una comunidad fantástica, como he dicho. Os agradezco todo el soporte y todo el apoyo que hemos tenido de vosotros durante los últimos 3 años, tanto a los jugadores como a los clanes, fansites, los miembros de nuestro programa de colaboradores. A todos vosotros muchas gracias por estar con nosotros durante estos últimos 3 años y esperamos que os guste Heart of Thorns.
Hallo und ja, einfach einen herzlichen Dank an euch, die Spieler da draußen. Ihr seid mit einer der besten Communities, mit denen ich je das Vergnügen hatte, zusammenarbeiten zu dürfen. Ihr seid so hilfsbereit, ihr seid so engagiert, sei das im Spiel, sei das auf Fanseiten, sei das im Partnerprogramm, unsere kreativen Content Creators da draußen. Wirklich an alle von euch herzlichen Dank, dass ihr heute da seid beim Launch von Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns und vor allem auch, dass ihr die letzten 3 Jahre während des Spiels da wart und dass ihr einfach auch noch da bleibt. Es macht mir jeden Tag wieder eine Freude, mit euch zusammen an diesem Produkt zu arbeiten und ich würde einfach sagen, wir machen so weiter und ja, jetzt geht ins Spiel, habt Spaß, entdeckt alles Neue, was die Entwickler in die Welt gebracht haben. Ich bin so froh, dass wir es jetzt endlich veröffentlichen können und endlich auch ihr die Chance habt, euch das alles anzugucken. Vielen, vielen Dank.
Bonjour à tous les Tyriens et merci à tous de nous avoir suivis au cours de ces 3 dernières années. Bienvenue également à ceux qui ont décidé de nous rejoindre récemment et nous espérons que vous prendrez autant de plaisir que nous à découvrir l'extension de Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns.
I just wondered if I could dial it in. Okay. There's been an evolution of this character where they start out so naive and I wondered if I could just have a shade of that in here because something's gone over her head and we hear so much of that strong commander. Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
These 2 lines are very much that. These
Okay.
2 lines are just that kind of common,
Yeah, great, okay. Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me. Okay.
Welcome back. I am here now with Steve, Gail, and Leah, and I will just go down the line and let each of you introduce yourselves and talk about what you do.
Hi, I'm Steve Kwong. I'm one of the design leads. I worked on some content for...
Gee, thanks. Maybe did some work inside a map.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, I also, I know the game world a lot. I work with the maps, and I make sure GW1 lines up with GW2. How about that?
Nice. All right, Gail.
That's good. I'm Gail Gray. I'm the Forum Communications Team Lead, and I handle in-game events and Guild and fan site relations.
Leah.
I'm Leah Hoyer, and I oversee the narrative team. So I worked a lot on the story of GW2 Heart of Thorns.
Thank you for that. So, it's so good to have like all three of you back on. So I've got to talk to like each of you individually, but this one's going to be super, super fun. So why don't we start by talking about what you are most looking forward to in Heart of Thorns? You can pick your babies if you want to.
Gliding's always a favorite.
Yes, he stole mine. He stole mine.
But there is this one back piece that I really want to get into once I get into one of the deeper maps.
Have we seen it yet?
I don't know if we've seen it. It's I don't know.
I bet I know what it is.
He's being enigmatic.
We're helpful, aren't we? Yeah.
I don't know how much we can say, so
Yeah,
let it be
we
a
don't
surprise.
want to spoil it. It's gonna be cool.
Tell me later, though.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, so gliding and the mystery back piece. All right, Gail.
And I'm all about the gliding too, but what I really get excited about is the non-linearity of the maps. I like this whole, there's a cranny up here, I can reach it. I can do a mushroom, I can go there, I can go down here, and then just when you think you're done, there's more, right?
Yeah.
I mean, don't you think it's like holy cow, there's this whole thing I haven't discovered, and there's this cave, and at least never mind. It just goes on and on.
It really does. I have found so many things that I am just flying around going, I have no idea how we got content there.
Yeah.
Who thought of this? It's amazing. I need to go thank somebody.
And then you think, can I land there? And you can.
Well, sometimes I crash into the side of a cliff, but then when I go back and find it again, then I land there. So, how about
it is true because I think so many times people who aren't inside the walls of ArenaNet think that we all must know everything that goes on within the building. And this game is so massive. There are so many things that are in all the different places that we just... I was focusing a lot, obviously, on the story. Steve and I would work on certain things to say, how can we do this, a tie into narrative for this activity we want to put in this particular map, all of those. But then when we would get the chance to go in and play test it, because we were doing all these internal play tests, the amount of stuff I had zero idea was being developed and no sense of what that content was going to be was just super exciting because all the different teams are coming up with stuff. We know generally where we want to go with things and have sort of large parameters of, from my perspective, everyone sort of knows the broad story and you're going to stay in those. You're not going to have characters do something that they wouldn't do otherwise, but there's a lot of freedom for the developers to be able to do things and put stuff in it. And it's so fun for me to be able to find all of those things that aren't there. Yeah.
You know what that makes me think of? Because again, like Leah said, this game is enormous. There's no way that one person could possibly know every tiny little thing. And something great that we have here internally is every week Colin will show us a feature of the week to make the company aware of, hey, here's something that this team is working on. And it's really cool looking around the room when that happens and seeing so many people go, because they had no idea that this little tiny thing was in development. And it's exciting.
You might have heard about it and you hear the words and you're like, well, we're going to do this thing. And you go, oh, okay, that's cool. And then you go, holy cow,
you see it in action. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean,
we all say holy cow.
Just in the last month or so, I'm
Totally
helping
don't cuss.
bring the maps kind of into the world map. And, I have to run around, check out all the different maps. And these maps have so many nooks and crannies that, it took me a couple weeks just to understand one of the maps. It was so
I'm so glad you said that.
Explorer-centric. It will drag.
If they are having trouble with it,
that's awesome.
It's going to take some time.
Exploration is such a big theme that we've built into these maps. And, there are parts of the map that obviously you can access quite early on, and then there's lots of things that purposefully we made, like, you need to get your glider and you need to get your gliding skills up. You need to practice that. You need to know how to use the mushrooms and these other things that are around. And other things that we have in the game that help you move around. So that purposely was put in to show, like, when you do that, you need to make things that have a lot of nooks and crannies, have a lot of levels, and there's going to be stuff to explore for a long time to come.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, gliding is fun. It's so much fun. We all obviously love it, but it is really practical too. It's practical because we have designed content that caters to that.
I mean,
for lack of a better phrase.
Requires it even
There's gliding, there's jump mushrooms, but there's also a couple other masteries that will help you get around, and those are very helpful.
We haven't done much chatting about those yet. We're supposed to,
because we're all running around going gliding.
No, but it's also like, hey, surprise! Like you want to get into it and not have heard about everything that's there. That's going to be exciting. So.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's right. So, what's your favorite thing that you worked on? You can spoil a little bit if that helps.
I worked on the map where you meet the Exalted, and in that map there's I like it when we do some callbacks to GW1 because I worked on Prophecies and I actually led mission design for Prophecies, and so there's a part where there was a section in Bloodstone Fen where the secondary had you had to do a secondary with the Druids and help call them back.
Oh, were you responsible for that?
Kind of. with Ben Miller and a couple others.
Yeah, we're going to talk later.
Yeah.
Carry on.
But, it's like, what happened to those guys? And it'd be cool to, like, somehow, say hi to them again.
No, it wouldn't. All right, it would be kind of cool. I'm just still a little angry. How about you, Gail? What's your favorite thing that you've seen in development?
It really is the mastery system. When I first heard about it, I was thinking, how does this work? How does this jibe? And so all the different abilities that we can pursue, all the depth of character that we can develop, it's not a superficial thing. It's like you can really personalize so much the experience. But lately, the thing that really has been calling me, and I think you got excited about it too, Ruby, was the 3 legendaries, and I have this thing about ravens, and I have this thing about Poe, Edgar Allan Poe, and so I saw Nevermore, and I just about passed out.
So beautiful, yeah. I had told that story before because my thief is my serious character. I mean, I don't like to give her a lot of really silly, wacky things. And the joke weapons, the fun weapons that we have in game are great for what they are. But I couldn't give, my girl's like got black hair and she's wearing like a really sleek black outfit. I can't give her quip, you guys, I can't do it.
Serious business.
I can't. So when Hope came along, I was like, I can design something around this. I can work with this. So I am super excited.
Yeah.
So, all right, Leah, you are not allowed to just say narrative and leave it. You have to get specific.
Oh,
Help me out
goodness.
here.
There's so many things with this story that I would love to say are awesome. But I will say the things that are probably my favorite. I've talked a lot about the Sylvari story and how that experience is different and the many little ways, like all the little ways we pepper that in. I will also say something that I'm really excited about is I really love Timey's role in this story. And I think that there's some stuff in there that I think people are really going to enjoy. And I will say our narrative designers did a really great job with her. And so much so that our said 1 or 2 lines and we were both
welling up.
You know what?
Yeah, and
I don't even care.
I'm
fall for that
happy
every
with
time.
that. I'm really happy about it.
Awesome.
Question about the Sylvari real quick.
Sure.
I had somebody in the game kind of being rude to another player who was playing the Sylvari, and I told them, you don't know all there is to know about those whom you're criticizing. Is that accurate?
It's absolutely true that you don't know all there is to know.
Well, we've talked about that a lot. They're having a struggle.
Yeah, and from a role-playing perspective, I completely understand player characters who may or may not want to trust Sylvari. I totally get that.
They're working on it.
There's going to be parts where you're recognized by the enemy as well.
Yeah.
That's
on that note, we are out of, we're out of time for this thing. We have another thing coming.
We do.
But yeah, we will let you guys play Sylvari in Heart of Thorns, which is coming in a matter of hours.
Yay!
And see what you think. We will be right back. Welcome back. It's been so long.
Yeah.
So have we been on camera together all night?
I don't think so. Please don't make me eat anything.
I have no more food being brought into this room because everything is horrible. I need toast and Nutella, please.
Yeah.
All right, so we have 3 things that are extremely cool to talk about. You might have noticed over the past couple weeks that we've kind of spookied up the Guild Chat set. It looks amazing.
It does, it does.
And I don't even care that I helped do it. It looks amazing.
It
and
really
I'm
did.
not even a little bit
Halloween.
reserved about it.
It's coming to
Halloween.
the game, too.
Coming to the game very, very soon.
Like
within hours.
Less than 2 hours.
I gotta quit looking at that. It's stressing me out. So yeah, Halloween in Guild Wars 2 is coming back with the launch of Heart of Thorns. So it's bringing. How much can we spoil? Do you guys know?
I think we pretty
cool
much
stuff.
outlined what we're doing.
Yeah.
You know, we're doing the clock tower. We're doing
the clock tower.
Yeah, I know.
Clock tower will be you.
This year. I will succeed. Yeah, and we, it's on the website. They kind of know what's coming, don't you guys? Yeah, you know what's coming. Yeah. But what I'm excited about is that
carry on. I couldn't stand it.
Yeah. Is that I think. Personally, this is my favorite holiday.
Yep.
Personally, this is my favorite holiday in Guild Wars too. Mm-hmm. And I'm just really excited that we get to also do an in-game event.
Yeah.
So on Friday, mostly around 3 to 5 p.m. Pacific time, we're going to be in the game. We're going to be joining any player events that might be going on. That's
Friday,
on the
October
30th.
30th.
Yep. October 30th. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. And we want to just invite players, if they're going to have events, to let us know. Post on the forums. And if you're in the game, you might see us. And isn't there some kind of a show us your screenshot thing going on? I believe there is.
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah. So we're going to have screenshots with. If you catch the devs in the game. Take some screenshots, put them on Twitter, put them on the forums. I think we're doing the forums mostly, and it's just going to be really exciting and really fun.
And with that, I don't know if you guys watched this at TwitchCon, but we debuted our show, Community Showcase Live.
You guys are going to start doing this fairly regularly.
Yeah, starting with our first one in here at ArenaNet of the studio is next week. It's going to be Wednesday, October 28th, Community Showcase Live. It's going to be a Halloween-themed episode, so Gail is going to be super excited. Come prepared for puns.
Oh, yes.
We will bring the punnage.
Yes, you don't have a ghost of a chance of missing those.
Punnage,
yeah.
Same thing. But we have one more super exciting thing to talk about.
Yeah,
okay.
So here's the thing I've done. I took out my phone and I have Twitch chat out because I want to see what you guys say when you see this.
Yeah.
All right. We go to conventions. We've talked a lot about travel, and people always want stuff. Like, what about swag? I want to buy things.
Are you selling anything here?
Are you selling stuff? Can I buy stuff?
Yeah. Why don't you have stuff? Yeah.
So we are gonna sell stuff, you guys. Gail, do it.
Yeah. Ta-da! He is here.
We are working with our friends at I Am 8-Bit.
Yes. We worked with them at PAX South, the announcement there. We worked with them at TwitchCon, and now we're working with them to sell
I'll do the banner.
Some cool merch. They're awesome.
He has he has passed the hug test. And we're just really excited that we can send you to the website. You'll be able to find a link, and this is like the most requested item ever. So we're just really happy.
I actually don't have the link in front of me, but I think it's iam8bit.com.
I am number 8 BIT.
So yeah, iam8bit.com, and then go to store, and then scroll down to the Guild Wars 2 page. I think there's some other stuff too, not just the Quaggan, but this is the best one.
Yeah, we started with the best. So.
All right.
Enjoy, and thanks so much. We'll see you next week.
We can't stop
tonight.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. We'll be back.
My name is Gladimer. I play Ranger on the Blackgate server. You can mostly find me in World v World and PvP, so be sure to stop by for some interesting fights.
Hey guys! Man, I had to like jet back over here. It's like super fast. You guys are probably all still freaking out about the Quaggan. I would be too. But in the meantime, I'm here with Scott McGough. He's another narrative lead on Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns. So thanks for coming. Thanks for joining.
My pleasure.
Now you're on this side of the set.
Yep. This is where the action is.
Yeah. So make sure I got my questions. So what I'm going to do here is put the bread down on the toaster.
So before you do, I want to get prepared. I have a little shout out for the Team 4-star DBZ Abridged fans. Go ahead, hit it.
All right, cool.
Making toast.
Love it. There we go. What's your profession?
Engineer.
Nice. Love it. What's your race?
Char.
Yeah, cool.
All the way.
How long have you been with ArenaNet?
7 years, November 1st.
Oh, that's coming up soon. Exciting. Which feature coming to Heart of Thorns are you most excited for?
I would say the story, and specifically the player voice. Player can talk again.
Yeah. Very cool. What elite spec are you looking forward to?
I just
Scrapper?
Yeah, Scrapper, that's it, thank you.
The engineer,
Literally, just before I came in here, I was on live, cleaning out my inventory, preparing to buy the big hammer. Yes! I'm ready to go.
Hammer hype. So exciting. What's your favorite food in the game?
I'm going to say berry pie.
All right, cool. That's a popular answer. It's good, though. I mean, it's fun to say.
Yeah.
If you could do gliding or mushroom jumping in real life, what would you do?
No contest, gliding.
Gliding, cool. Guild halls, do you want Gilded Hollow or Lost Precipice?
Gilded Hollow.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Ruby is stunned.
I'm all about the exalted, baby.
I love it. Name a band or an artist who should cover the song Bash the Dragon.
All right, I want to say Marcel Marceau, so it would be silent, but I will say...
Hilarious.
I will say Tom Waits.
Tom Waits. Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be hella cool. All right. Describe a Quaggan in one word.
Fubsy.
Is that a word?
Look it up, people.
I mean, you're like a writer, and I'm like, is that a word?
Trust me. F-U-B-S-Y.
That's why I am not writing the story.
So you don't read Kipling, then?
No.
Okay.
I should, though. What's your favorite Revenant legend?
Malix the Unyielding.
Very nice.
I like how he's so annoyed that you made him serve him. You made him serve you.
Yeah. That's cool. Who are you most excited to reunite with in Destiny's Edge?
Ooh, tough. Partially because I don't want to give away any spoilers, so I'm going to say Ritlock.
All right, cool. Is it Wyvern or Wyvern?
Wyvern.
Love it. If you could summon anyone, alive or dead, human, whatever, like actual person in the real world, to be your Miss Champion in PvP, who would it be?
Teddy Roosevelt.
Ruby was hoping you would say Ruby. But Teddy Roosevelt.
Ruby's my second choice.
Oh, here we go. We have some toast. Excellent.
Butter and toast.
Cool. What kind of spread would you like?
Butter.
Butter? All right, here, I'll let you do your own toast because I've been... Here you go. Would you like to do this? You have your own beverage here.
I do.
So, man, it's getting loud out there.
It is. It's getting... People
So
getting
exciting.
hyped.
It's getting hot in here.
She said that.
I had to do another pun. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Anyway, so who would you or what would you like to toast to on this fine evening where we're so close to launch?
I would like to toast to the entire Jungle Living World team. That is the open world, the story, the artists, the sound designers, everybody who touched Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns.
Excellent.
Here's to you.
Cheers to you guys. Awesome. So, yeah, help yourself to some toast there.
I said butter.
I know, yeah.
This is spread.
Yes, that's spread. Sorry. Hopefully it'll be all right. Anyway, coming up next, we've got a really great video from Wooden Potatoes. He has a pretty great video about Heart of Thorns, and like it's kind of compacts like everything, talks about everything that you need to know about the expansion. So come back. We'll be here. We're almost ready to go. We're almost ready to push the button. I'm super stoked.
Yeah.
I know you guys are too. So we'll leave you be. Any other last words or?
It's electrifying.
Amazing. Thanks, you guys. We'll see you soon.
Hey guys, my name's Alex. Do you like RPGs? Do you like seeing a long-haired English guy shouting at his computer? Well, if you do, check out my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/RPG Shack. I cover a whole bunch of stuff, all the way from current MMOs like Guild Wars 2, all the way back to some of those 2D isometric classic RPGs, including the modern stuff like Pillars of Eternity and Wasteland 2. No JRPGs. It's not negotiable. But anyway, if you like what you see, guys, or you're interested, hit the follow button and check me out. Peace out. I'll catch you on the internet somewhere.
We'll play some server for the hell of it, even though
yeah, that'd be cool.
You might want cans.
Maybe.
For this.
I mean, if we're kicking it old school. Turn my headphones up.
Hey guys, so back in January of this year, word got out that Guild Wars 2 was going to have an expansion, and since that time, we've had information and news about that expansion slowly revealing to us. I currently record this video on the cusp of Heart of Thorns release, and pretty much everything about the expansion that there is to know has been given to us, besides stuff like story spoilers. So for the first time, we can pretty much look at everything the expansion has and explain what's truly important about it. So that's going to be my attempt here. I'm going to summarize for you right now over half a year's worth of constant information about whether this expansion is really something that you are interested in. And I know what you're thinking, my god, this is a long video, but bear with me. By the end, you will know everything that's important. I'm not going to do a deep dive on any specific feature, but for what it's worth, if I do say something that intrigues you, I have dedicated videos on each topic on my channel, should there be more you want to check out. So let's get into it. So I want to start things off actually with a totally new announcement they made just this week, but actually could be a huge draw for a lot of people who have tried the game out before and have felt like it was a bit too clunky or a bit too weird to play, or not quite close enough to, say, your favorite single-player action RPG. Guild Wars 2 was already pushing its combat away from what we traditionally see as hotkey-based MMO gameplay, and this has taken significant steps further still away from that traditional MMO experience. That feature's called Action Combat, and it's something you can toggle into if you like, which drastically changes camera movement, the activation of skills, targeting, the way in which we auto-attack, visibility. Basically, a lot of what defines how the combat feels has had a change for the better. Instead of now having to hold down right click to move your camera around, your camera is always moving. It gives you the ability to zoom into first person and have a crosshair, and you can actually fire ranged projectiles almost like a first person shooter. And it comes with a whole slew of other quality of life features like snapping ground target abilities to allies or enemies for direct targeting of things. Basically, I know it's my plan now to, when I play Heart of Thorns, play with this new feature because it definitely looks like a huge difference in the way that Guild Wars 2 runs. You should have seen some snippets of that footage in the background here, and generally just a huge left field thing that they've only just come out with. It's up to my excitement for the game tenfold. Moving on to some of the more basic things that we've known about for a while. One big feature of Heart of Thorns is the Revenant. This is the fabled third heavy armor profession. It can wield swords, shields, maces, axe, hammers, and a staff, but when it uses the staff, it actually gets to use the staff in melee, as melee combat, hitting people physically over the head with it, instead of as a ranged caster thing like we've only ever seen in Guild Wars 2 before. The theme of the class is that you channel past legends, so for those of you who are super into the story, you can commune with ultimate badasses and difficult bosses from the first game, who lend their abilities to you and allow you to devastate. Actually, the thing that most excites me about the Revenant is it's kind of a cool way to play a dervish once again, which was one of the Guild Wars 1 classes. What do I mean by that? Well, it gets a melee staff, and you can skin staffs to look like scythes. You can wear a kind of medium armor looking outfit and basically have your dervish back, spinning around and kicking ass. The Revenant, the new profession, isn't the only big thing that's changing with the classes though. They've added a new concept called Elite Specializations. What this does is it takes your base class and augments it, giving you new capabilities. For an example, if you currently play Mesmer, Heart of Thorns will allow you to elite specialize your Mesmer and turn into a Chronomancer, a Time Mage. What does that entail? Well, elite specializations give the classes new weapons they could never use before, new elite skills, and full complements of utility skills, including a new heal as well. On top of that, you get an entirely new trait line with more passives and selectable perks for that class that you never had before. And as Guild Wars 2 continues to develop, they're going to keep dropping elite specializations in the game. There is an elite specialization for every class with Heart of Thorns. So the Necromancer turns into the Reaper, a dark greatsword wielder that everybody is massively hyped about. The Elementalist turns into a storm-based sound mage called the Tempest. For the medium armor classes, you have the Engineer turning into the Scrapper, a drone and hammer expert. The Thief is becoming the Daredevil, a martial artist, another melee staff wielder with all these ridiculous dodge capabilities that transform your dodge roll into something entirely new with a different animation and different effects. And the Ranger is turning into the Druids, as well as getting a bunch of new pets for Heart of Thorns, but the Druid allows you to play a dedicated support character, which we'll talk about very soon. Lastly, for the heavy armors, you've got the Warrior becoming the Berserker, pretty much speaks for itself, as well as the Guardian becoming the Dragon Hunter, a bow-wielding big game hunter with traps. Even the Revenant, the new class being added to the game, also gets an elite specialization. That would be the Herald, which allows the Revenant to commune with one of the most important characters for the lore and the story of the expansion, a creature, a dragon named Glint. So that's the elite specialization feature. Next big feature kind of goes hand in hand with this, and it's what they're calling masteries. So both elite specializations and this mastery system are both ArenaNet's ideas for giving you late game progression. One of the biggest complaints about Guild Wars 2 when it came out was, where is the end game? What do I continue working on after I hit level 80? And these are their answers today. So what Guild Wars doesn't want to do is increase the level cap consistently like you see in other MMOs, because when you increase the level cap, it theoretically invalidates old content as people become too powerful for it. It just continues bloating numbers to the point where people are hitting millions and millions, and it's really kind of arbitrary. What masteries do is they allow you to unlock new combat and exploration capabilities that has nothing to do with just pushing higher and higher numbers. If you worked on getting max stats for a certain build on your character today, you will always have that. They're not going to take that away from you by pushing the threshold higher. So for an example, and the poster child of this system is gliding. You will learn when you go to Heart of Thorns and the new maps, you will learn through continuing to level up, basically, once you hit level 80, how to use gliders. When you first learn to use a glider, you won't be able to be on it for very long, you won't be able to do too much, but as you progress, as you continue to hone your skills in it, you'll be able to stealth while you're gliding, you'll be able to glide for much longer, you'll be able to glide for much faster, you'll be able to learn lean techniques to twist and turn your way around the jungle maps, which are specifically built for this idea of practically flying around. Gliding is everywhere in the new Heart of Thorns maps, but it's only one mastery. There are other masteries too, like learning to eat from different mushrooms you find around the jungle that will give you super speed, or other really prominent combat effects. They'll allow you to jump to incredibly high places, which then, guess what, if you've also mastered gliding too, you can then glide off from the heights. There are a ton of masteries, not just for the new areas, but for the existing areas too, like Super Auto Loot, which just vacuums items into your inventory once you've finally managed to max it out, or getting access to merchants that appear in specific areas of the world with totally unique loot. This idea of learning the languages of other cultures is built into the mastery system for the new areas and unlocks vendors in various places in both new maps and old. Now, as cool as everything I just said sounds, I personally am not as excited about masteries as I am about the elite specializations, but they're both expandable systems. And so while gliding is cool for this expansion, in the future as they drop more masteries in, we could learn how to do many other things like windsurfing or fishing and a ton of theoretical things that the devs have remained very tight-lipped on so far, but spell out great things on Guild Wars 2's horizon. The next important thing is raids. So this is an entirely new type of content they're adding to the game, and again, it addresses this question of what the hell do we do when we hit endgame, once we've exhausted all of the content here. Raiding is coming to GW2. So far, this game has only ever seen 5-man party sizes. Raids will be 10-man content. For those who still really enjoy the 5-man stuff, they're updating Fractals of the Mist to have up to 100 scales and changing the rewards that you find there, as well as adding a mastery for it. So they're appealing to both audiences here. But raids specifically are the big new hotness. I personally have experienced the raids. They hosted a beta in which we could get in there and experience the first encounter, and these things are incredibly difficult. They are the most difficult content ArenaNet has ever put in the game. They have done much for me as a player to redeem a reputation as a company that can create hard content. Until now, Guild Wars 2's really only appealed to those casual markets, and Heart of Thorns continues to do that, but for those of us who really want to play a lot, the game has always suffered. That's been a shame for me because the first game, Guild Wars 1, ArenaNet were well renowned for putting in incredibly difficult content and being unbudging when it comes to nerfing it and requiring players to basically get good. They used to have a real reputation for that and they lost it. With raids, they are bringing that back in my eyes. From what I've experienced of this raid, I spent over 12 hours grinding away on the first encounter of the first wing of the first raid and still could not beat the boss. So if you're looking for that ultra hardcore experience where you really group together with a bunch of your friends and complete the almost impossible challenges, raids are bringing that. The more important thing about raids though, and this is very important, is finally we are seeing more roles be useful in Guild Wars 2. So far, a big criticism of the game has been that for any of the content they've put in, DPS has always been king. There's been a little bit of support for one another, but often it's support that just means we can do more damage. We stack together on tiny little balls, pump out a bunch of basic stuff, and cleave our way through content, trivializing it. Does that happen with raids? No. The only raid groups, and there were very few people who managed to beat this encounter we have so far played, the only people capable of even doing this had to have a very healthy mix of different builds. You had to have condition damage players. You had to have flat damage players. You had to have, get ready for it, yes, dedicated support characters. Characters who could heal their allies up and characters who could help the team by playing into various mechanics. You had to have a mix of frontline and backline characters. You even had to have a character who was essentially tanking and taking control of the boss. Now, don't get me wrong, there is absolutely still no hard trinity in Guild Wars 2. We are a million miles away from that, and so for those people who came to the game excited about that change, I think this literally just means more build diversity, and those of us who wanted something more specific to do on a character finally have the chance to do it. This stuff is super exciting to me. I'm really thrilled that PvE is finally going to a place where we see a huge variety that Guild Wars 2 has to offer in its combat, instead of just DPS all the time. Raids are one of the biggest selling points for me. Moving away from raids, let's look at some of the more basic stuff that's coming in this expansion. Of course, not everybody's going to want to be playing that. I want to talk about the story. Now, any of you guys know me, I am super into the story of this game. I'm very much into the lore. I've been following it very closely. And one of my primary reasons for getting Heart of Thorns is because I want to see that story progress. So is it worth really looking into? Well, absolutely, I'd say yes. Again, if you know me at all, you'll know I couldn't stand the default story of Guild Wars 2. I think they made a ton of mistakes, and generally many people were turned off of the personal story and bored by the original plot that they put in the game. Well, many of the issues that caused that boredom of the player base have been resolved. And so here's a few examples of what I mean. Number 1, there are no more of these horrible side-by-side janky cutscenes that plagued the original plot at launch. The story is told far more dynamically. You're actually playing the game, your character will speak and react to stuff as you wander around the jungle, will hold conversations with various NPCs, and note on important topics just as you wander the jungle. Also important for the story that has won my love of it back is a new regard for the original lore of the game. It felt like with Guild Wars 2 they went into a whole bunch of new directions, and specifically some of the early streaming updates they did for Living World Season 1, they were ignoring what made the franchise so exciting with its old lore. Well, this story dives into that. Glint, a dragon from the first game, has a huge part to play in this expansion, and there's a lot of story and ties into some of those ancient races we all have wanted to know so much more about before. ArenaNet have been very tight-lipped on the story so far, of course, to avoid spoilers, but from what we've seen so far, it seems like they're really going in the right direction, and what we saw them do in updates to progress the story before Heart of Thorns was even announced was a much higher quality than we'd ever seen before. As an example, the Elder Dragon, Morgemoth, has emotion. He communicates. You will hear the dragon talk. You will hear him laugh at you. You will hear him call to you, and in the end, hopefully, you will seriously want to kill him. So that's very exciting to me. The story, of course, is going to be taking place on new maps. Now, this was something I was a little bit worried about for Heart of Thorns. Essentially, what they're doing is adding 4 massive new PvE maps. Each of these maps isn't just kind of your regular style map you might already know about from Guild Wars 2, but it's got a kind of a mid-level, and then it has an entire underground level called the Roots of the Jungle, filled with deep caves and canyons and places, of course, for us to glide through. And high above the jungle floor is another huge layer to the map called the Jungle Canopy, again with lots of gliding and mushroom bouncing, where you'll be able to hang around in the treetops and meet the races that live there and have built cities there and towns and villages, as well as the ruins of an airship fleet that was shot down over the jungle just before the expansion begins. Despite that, how big these maps absolutely are, I have always been a little bit worried that the expansion would be a bit on the short side in terms of new explorable areas, but in addition to those 4 new maps we're getting, there are 2 immense guild hall maps which will be appearing on the world map as new maps too, and the raid content itself also take place on massive new maps, and so while you might originally hear 4 new maps, that's quickly going to expand as more raids and things are dropped into the game, and guild halls too. We'll talk about that stuff very soon. Now, the footage you see in the background right now is one of the new World versus World maps as well, which is being dropped into the game. And I haven't even mentioned some of the way that content has been changed in the new maps. For example, the new outpost system and adventures, which are kind of like mini games you can play that actually have PvE leaderboards, something ArenaNet never really wanted to play into before. Next big feature is to do with legendaries. There are a lot of changes occurring here. So with Heart of Thorns release, there will be a new method of crafting precursors for your legendary weapons. So currently in the game, the only way to make the most badass ultimate gear in Guild Wars 2 is to get either buy it from other players for a really ridiculous price, or to get a really high RNG drop, which is just not satisfying and unfun. ArenaNet have been telling us they wanted to give us an actual way to craft these precursors for our legendary weapons, a non-RNG way of obtaining them for years now, and with Heart of Thorns they have that system finished and it will be going in the game. The precursor crafting isn't just literally standing around crafting, combining materials though. They're essentially long quests. They will encourage you to travel around the world and actually participate in unique content and seek out various challenges. Along with the precursor crafting, just a matter of weeks after Heart of Thorns releases, new legendaries are coming in the game too. So the first 3, there is an axe, there is a pistol, and there is a staff. All 3 of them look completely ridiculous and badass. And not only do we have precursor crafting to do for those 2, but the actual process of once you've got your precursor of making it into a legendary also has this new system of questing and exploring the world and doing unique things. So for an example, the staff called Nevermore is a raven themed staff that has a raven perched on it, and when you equip the staff it flies around you, it infuses itself in, it's the spirit of the raven, and you get all these birds flying around you. It's completely ridiculous and blown out. So to craft this staff, you need to go and find a raven egg. You need to cultivate that egg. You need to create an incubation kit and hold the egg inside it. You need to hatch the bird. Once the bird has been hatched, you need to feed it. You need to teach it how to fly and do a whole host of other stuff to eventually, have this pet that becomes a part of your legendary weapon. It's completely badass, and we'll have people playing the game for a long time creating these new legendaries. It's no longer just about the final weapon at the end, but it's this whole storyline of cool stuff to eventually get it, and that's incredible. The final thing I really want to talk about for PvE kind of affects both the PvP players and the World versus World players too, and this is massive changes to guilds. This is, above almost everything else I've said on this list, on this video, the thing I am most excited about. I don't know, it's in top competition for some of these other ideas. These are the new guild halls we're getting and what you can do in them. Again, now, it's kind of stupid to think this way, but this is a game called Guild Wars, and it's never really been something that supported guilds in a really big way. So they've sat down and kind of gutted what is already in the game and changed a lot of things. The user interface for guilds is basically out the window and being replaced with something new. The functions we have available to us as guild leaders and guild members have been improved. The way that guild missions are ran has been changed, and more guild missions have been added to the game. There are new functions as well, like pretty much alliance chat. Now, this is the idea that you can be in multiple guilds all at once and communicate with all those guilds regardless of whether you're representing them or not. And we also have guild halls we can now finally get. So 2 will be coming with Heart of Thorns, more being dropped in later. And in these guild halls, you literally take a location of the world that is under control of the dragon, hire a bunch of NPCs as a guild, as a group. You hire NPCs to come in there, and over a period of 6 to 9 months, real world time, you build that guild hall up. You literally dig a giant mine into the terrain near your guild hall to collect resources, to build immense buildings that weren't there before. It might start with just a small supply camp, a little tent, and eventually you've got this giant golden arena that you can actually fight in. There are several buildings to every guild hall that you eventually build up that give you perks out in the open world. There's a portal you can create in your guild hall so that everyone can group up and you can tune that portal to different areas of the world to take you there instantly and avoid waypoint fees. These are the ultimate social hubs, and there is a lot of progression and gameplay involved in actually building them up and having this awesome place you can call your own. So specifically, even beyond the halls and the progression with them, there are 2 really important features coming with the halls. Number 1 is this arena I just mentioned. You will be able to play PvP, have 1v1s, duel people, and set up mini-games in a guild-specific arena for yourself. You'll be able to change the terrain of the arena. You'll be able to play on the red team, the blue team, or the green team if you like. You'll be able to be on an invulnerable team. You'll be able to place objects that players can interact with. You'll be able to build mazes that people can fight one another in. Basically, this is a place that what big guilds can host guild versus guild deathmatch battles in. You'll be able to use this to test out your PvE build and your gear against another person's gear without having to worry about world versus world and all this other nonsense. Or you'll be able to build ridiculous mini games you play with your friends every day, just in this arena. I predict that this arena alone will absorb hours and hours and hours of some people's lives and could be all the content people play in Guild Wars 2. Think about Halo. Think about the addition of the Forge to Halo back during Halo 3, and you've probably got something very close to what arenas are in Guild Wars 2. That's not it, though. I just mentioned you can change the physical terrain and configuration of the arena. You can do that anywhere in the entire guild hall. So yes, the guild hall is a location in the world that you build these buildings up, but there is a decoration system coming into the game that allows you to wall off areas, build courtyards and put balloons around. Basically what you'd come to expect of player housing in more recent MMOs like WildStar is being a big social thing that you could do in your guild halls. You'll be able to take a small section of a guild hall and declare it your own and put a bed in there and a few chairs and a rug and make that your special little area. Beyond this too, because of the decoration system, people will be able to create, works of art in their guild hall, make giant Terminator replicas, or even content for yourselves like jumping puzzles. Yeah, you can make your own jumping puzzles, large sky islands that people are required to jump around and see whether they can complete. This stuff is huge. This is renewable, infinite content just with the guild changes, and it's something that Guild Wars 2's needed for a long-ass time. All right, those are the big things for PvE. I do want to talk a little bit about the other game types too, because they're both, of course, very important. For those of you who really care about PvP, you've not been ignored for this expansion. You have a new game mode called Stronghold coming, which is inspired by Guild vs. Guild, the original game type from the first game that was also popular. There are new matchmaking improvements, and you'll be able to choose whether you want to queue for Stronghold or for Conquest if you like the original maps. There are, again, with the Guild features, you'll be able to set up an actual PvP team for yourself, be on team-specific leaderboards, and a really important feature coming for PvP is divisions, actual leagues that will reset on I think it's a 3-monthly basis, and you'll be able to climb through the divisions, prove how good you are, and eventually get PvP specific legendaries. There aren't just legendary weapons coming in this expansion pack, there are legendary backpacks coming too. If that's not enough, if you get high enough in the divisions, there is also a Pro League coming to GW2. And the prize pool for the Pro League, this means playing Guild Wars 2 PvP professionally for money. There is a $400,000 prize pool, which is kicking off for just the first half of next year. Lastly, for World vs. World, they are adding a new desert borderland with a different map flow, and again, there is a lot about World vs. World that integrates with the new guild features. A new crafting discipline is being added to the game called scribing, and scribes will be able to make machines of war, upgrades for keeps and towers and supply camps and locations in World vs. World, and send them to their allies in the mist so that you can use them to gain an advantage. So there will be the ability to call in airstrikes on people. There are these crazy new dune buggy motorbikes that you can ride around on. There is a new idea of these ridiculous, overpowered war banner things you can use to support your Zergs. Defense is being heavily incentivized, and specifically there's a new squad UI coming that allows you to have not just a 5-man party or a 10-man party for raids, but a 50-man party where you can see all 50 people in your group, in your guild, out there fighting in World vs. World. That squad UI is a huge game changer. It doesn't just exist for World vs. World either. Even extends to places in the real world, to the regular Tyria areas, where you'll now be able to have these immense parties and groups and be able to command people to go into different locations. It's really a huge change that should really spice World vs. World up. I think there's a lot to look forward to there. So that's Heart of Thorns. Or rather, that's Heart of Thorns exactly as it releases. But this is, of course, Guild Wars 2, and there will be continuing updates going forwards. And so you can kind of view the price of Heart of Thorns as this existing stuff I've just covered in the video, and a few things also. So to elaborate on what you're getting as the price as well for the next however long before the next expansion comes out, these are the extra things to look out for. We're going to be getting up to 6 new raid wings a year. And don't forget, these are big new areas that actually expand the explorable terrain of the map. We're getting new masteries dropped in with those raid wings, so it's gliding with Heart of Thorns is a big one, and mushrooms and so forth. We're going to get totally new masteries as well, just as updates come into the game. They've confirmed that there is a rigid structure of at least 4 major balance overhauls to the classes that exist just before one of the PvP leagues goes live. So you get a big balance patch, you get 2 weeks to practice and play with it, and then the PvP league begins. There'll be other minor balance patches as well going on in the year. We, of course, have the Living World Season 3. 2 seasons already came out before Heart of Thorns. Season 3 will be coming. If you don't know how the seasons work, it's new story that comes into the game, proper playable PvE missions, new maps getting added, new features being implemented. There are 3 legendaries, of course, at the start of Heart of Thorns, but with those Living World updates and just other updates, new legendaries are consistently going to be getting added to the game, as well as new guild halls. All that stuff is absolutely confirmed to be coming, and there's a whole ton of other speculative stuff we could talk about maybe happening, but I'm going to keep to the facts here for this video. So there you go, guys. I've wanted to do this for a while. Hopefully this has been useful to some of you to decide kind of what's going on. That is what's truly important about Heart of Thorns to me. Hopefully you can show this video, if you already knew a lot of it, to some of your friends or people you're interested in getting into the game. They can watch it here, hopefully a reasonably unbiased, though excited perspective of how the expansion will go. Your support means everything, and if you do decide to get the X-Pack, there's a link in the description, which super helps me out should you end up using it. That's about that, guys. Have a great evening, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, Wooden Potatoes, for that. That was an awesome video. We were all super impressed by that, so we wanted to have it part of our launch, Heart of Thorns launch eve festivities. Yes. Yeah, so I went and pulled a couple more devs out of the party. Thank you guys for taking time away from the amazing food. Why don't we start with Matthew? I'll let you introduce yourself and talk about what you've been working on for Heart of Thorns.
I'm Matthew Medina. I'm one of the content designers, specifically working on story for Heart of Thorns. I've been working on Heart of Thorns since the beginning with Scott McGough, sort of charting the course of the narrative, and then as we got into implementation, like overseeing all the instances that had to get created and all the how all the story weaves together with gameplay.
Nice.
So that's my main role.
Love it. And Lena.
Yeah, so I'm a composer and sound designer, what am I talking about?
Surprise!
Oh gosh, hi.
It's been a really long night, you guys.
Where am I? No,
what is this game?
Composer and game designer. I designed game.
Yes.
Right, so yes, I worked on story along with Matthew and music with McLean, and kind of divided my time up that way. And so yeah, I came on after development was on way for the story and picked right up. And yeah, I've been having a blast working on the story and obviously music as well, since if you checked into a previous episode of previous show.
Oh, bonus points for you.
It's fun.
Yeah. So that's actually been like a really, really popular part of Heart of Thorns. When we talked about that before, once we talked about how you and McLean did a lot of this music, we had such positive feedback. And that's got to feel so good.
Oh,
to finally get to share this.
Oh yeah, I mean, like sharing that first piece of music, like was so awesome. And then like speaking of Wooden Potatoes before us, like he's been using that same piece of music like in like almost all of his videos so far.
Smooth.
And yeah, thank you. And then people just keep on commenting like every time, just like that is so cool.
It's so pretty.
It's so nice to have music out there. And then really soon, just like I think McLean crunched the numbers, and it's like just over 2 hours worth of new music.
What?
That we put together for the game. I think mine is around half an hour or so, quarter of the soundtrack. But yeah, there's a lot more music.
Oh my gosh, and game design.
And game design, yeah.
Also.
But that's one of the great things about when I've seen your instances. Like, you can see the way that the music feeds into the narrative, and that becomes an integral part of it in a way that I think, myself, who I don't have any musical bone in my body, I don't have that, so I rely on our expert music people to do. But you're able to actually get in there and do the, compose the music for your level, and it's really it shows the dedication and the level of passion that you bring to it, and it comes out in the levels. It's really awesome.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about just development off and on all night. What have been some of the most challenging, difficult things as you approached launch that you've been working on? What were some of the things that you had to overcome or get creative with?
For me, it was the new dialogue system in terms of, we got this new tech that we wanted, which is, hey, we want to be able to have characters moving, because before our old system, we kind of had to force characters to be rooted into place and have a scene, and it just felt artificial a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And so we got this new tech, and that was great. But then it kind of ran into the other problem, where it's like, now you've got all this stuff moving around, and you don't know, am I supposed to stay here? Am I supposed, because, when you have conversations with people.
Over here if I want?
Yeah, it's a little bit weird if you walk off. And you can, and so we have to.
You can be giving some big speech and just turn away from everyone.
Yeah,
I'm done with you people. I still have things to say, but I'm finished here.
Yeah. So it was a challenge for us to figure out ways to make that. So when we have important conversations, we make sure that we put a little extra time and polish into those experiences so that it feels natural, and also force us to kind of look at our pace. And Leah Hoyer, our narrative director, is also really keen on this as well, just making sure that everything's going, and it's not just a lot of extraneous dialogue.
Right, it's not just standing there waiting for dialogue to happen. We have a lot more dialogue in motion now, since we can do that. And so there's a lot more as you're running places, people are actually talking to each other, and it's just so much better. Yeah.
One of the first times I noticed that was when we were doing the story right as you went into Verdant Brink, and Bram freaked out and took off, and your character is running Bram, get back here. And that was just that moment, and it was just such a tiny little thing, but the implications of what was happening felt really, really good.
Yeah.
So I am also curious about what you are most, I'm gonna make you pick. What are you most proud of that is coming out in an hour and 16 minutes?
For
No
me,
pressure.
It's unfortunately a moment that I can't talk about because it would spoil story. But
Mine too.
I think that
You use broad terms. And it's
in
okay.
broad terms, in one of the instances that I worked on, we have a moment that is sort of the pinnacle for me of what I think we've been able to deliver emotionally. I consistently get chills when I play it, and I've played it hundreds of times because I have to. But even so, like when I play through the whole thing start to finish, I still have that moment of emotional resonance, and I'm like, boy, players are gonna either love me or hate me.
I think, and I will confirm this later, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, I think I know what you're talking about too. And like when everything came together on that particular moment, and I played through, I was just really, really struck by it. So I think, I think it's really cool.
Oh man. So what do you hope? What do you want players to get out of the new story and all of the extra tech and all of the extra things that we've added? What do you hope they see? What do you hope they do and get from it?
Answer that.
Lena's like, no.
Well, I never got to answer what I'm excited about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was like, I just decided apparently that you were excited about the same thing. I am so sorry.
I'm excited about a lot of things, but yeah, no, I'm excited about something I can't talk about either. But I worked on the very last story instance in the game. So once you get there,
once you get all the way to the end,
the final thing that happens is very. It's there's gameplay and you do stuff, and I worked really hard on it and did the design for it, the music for it, and it's one of the most dynamic things that we've done in the game in terms of like instance gameplay. And so it was a giant like cobweb of things to hook up, but it was such a satisfying thing once it all came together. So I'm really excited for people to get to
all
that.
of those pieces take shape into, so when you get to the very last story instance, first of all, it's going to be really good anyway, but now you know a large part of why. All right, and the thing I've been asking everybody all night long, what are you most looking forward to as a player in Heart of Thorns?
For me, I have 3 characters on live that have world complete 100%. So for me, it's going to be exploring the new maps.
Oh, okay.
I'm not even going after a legendary because I just don't have the time to sink into doing that for my personal life. But so I have 6 gifts of whatever explorer gifts sitting in my bank.
I want something now,
I love that gold star.
Right?
It's nice to have that blink. So being able to get and explore all the different jungle maps, and like I have barely scratched the surface of what I've been able to play so far.
The maps are so big.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
How about you?
I'm definitely excited about guild halls. Like I have a really cool guild. Shout out to to my guild.
You can name them if you want to. You don't have to, but
it's the Storm Warband.
Nice.
Rising Storm, I think. Yeah, I'm terrible with names right now because
we've had a little bit going on.
Yeah. And launch. Oh God. So yes. Hi, if you're watching. I'm sorry if I got the name wrong. I'm terrible. But yeah, we've been playing a whole lot together, and everyone's coming back together, and we're going to be definitely doing the expedition to get the guild hall and decorate it. And I've not even really done all that much playing, on our test servers, so like it's gonna be a brand new experience for me. It's the one part of the expansion that I'm like going totally cold on.
Ah, cool.
And then also playing Daredevil. I'm really excited for that.
How about you? You had 3 characters with world complete.
Yes.
No legendary.
No.
And I just want to tell you I have never ever touched a precursor.
I haven't either.
So if it makes you feel any better, no legendaries for me. I'm going to try.
I got one dropped and then I sold it. It wasn't one that I was going to use. I needed money.
I was young. I needed the money.
Ruby,
come on. You opened that door. I just walked through it is all.
I was going to buy the precursor I wanted.
All right, so we just got a really cool piece of news. Would you guys like to help share that? Okay, We're gonna wait and not spoil it.
Okay.
I was like, can we do this? Yay or nay? I can't tell if this is just information for me. We have cool stuff to tell you very, very soon. So
it's a
all right.
mystery.
It is. We have lots of things that we're not spoiling right now.
No.
Yes.
All right. Thank you guys very, very much. I appreciate both of you coming on, and I will let you get back to the party.
Oh yeah, and I'm so excited for launch soon.
Yeah.
Hour and 11 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. We will be back.
Cool.
Hey everyone, Shin here. So I just wanted to make a quick little video for you guys on 5 of the reasons why I enjoy the combat system in Guild Wars 2. A number of people have asked me why I stick with the game and what has kept me in the game for as long as I've played it, and the number one answer to that is the combat system. This is one of the most fun combat systems I've had in an MMO in a very long time. So with that, I'm going to give you guys just 5 of the reasons why I enjoy it so much. This is not a top 5 list, nor are these all the reasons, but these are the 5 that came to my mind when I was thinking of making this video. Alright, so the first reason is the fact that you don't actually need a target for a majority of the skills in the game. You could be standing anywhere in the world with no targets, no enemies around, and still be able to swing your sword or throw your fireballs. The fact that you don't have to have anything targeted to still use your skills, yet they will still have their effects if they do hit something, means you can position yourself in clever ways that allow you to hit multiple targets at one time. With certain range skills that have a piercing effect on their projectiles, it allows a player to set themselves up in a way where a bunch of enemies are lined up, and then that player, without a target, can aim those projectiles through all of the enemies they want to hit and get the benefits of that projectile on all of the enemies. In certain combat situations, it may actually be more beneficial to not have anything targeted and use a range skill, and you'll be able to hit your targets that you otherwise wouldn't be able to hit if you had them targeted through the UI. Manually aiming certain skills will allow you to aim their trajectory, such as with the Engineer's Mortar Kit, to hit certain targets that are, say, behind walls or over cliffs and whatnot. If you manually target these skills in the right situation, it allows you to hit targets without having to worry about them being obstructed. A second reason for why I enjoy the game's combat is the fact that projectiles fired from skills act as true projectiles. This means that if someone is, say, firing a mortar shot at you from a long distance, and you can see that projectile coming, you can sidestep, and that projectile will hit the ground where you were standing. It will not home in on you. Another example is, say, a ranger is firing a volley of arrows at you, and you have a wall that you can hide behind. You can hide behind that wall, and even if the ranger has you targeted and is aiming at you, those projectiles will not go through that wall. They will hit the wall and be destroyed, and you won't have to worry about getting hit. Let's say there's an elementalist throwing fireballs at your ally, and you are a warrior with a shield. What you could do is you could raise your shield, walk in the way of those fireballs, and then destroy the projectiles on your shield, negated the attacks that the elementalist is throwing at you. The third reason on this list is the fact that the weapon that your character has equipped makes an actual difference in how you are able to fight things. For example, an elementalist with a dagger is a very close-range magic user with very short-range spells focused around keeping up close to people and doing a lot of pseudo-melee damage, whereas an elementalist with a staff is about staying at a very long range, throwing fireballs, calling down meteor showers, throwing water fields out to help allies. And this dynamic between weapons, even within certain classes themselves, allows for very different types of gameplay in every aspect of the game. Having certain skills for each class tied to certain weapons means that in places, say, like PvP, you have a better idea of what your opponent is going to be able to use against you by seeing what weapon they are carrying. You are able to physically tell some of the abilities that the character is going to have at their disposal just by seeing what weapon they have, as opposed to taking random guesses at what skills they may have equipped. Now, the fourth reason plays off of the previous 3 that I just gave you, and that is the fact that you can have a lot of active defense and a lot of active counterplay in the game using a combination of how projectiles work, the fact that you don't need targets and you can position yourself based on that, and the fact that your weapons actually determine what abilities you have. This allows, say, a warrior with a shield to reflect projectiles whenever they raise that shield and block, meaning if a ranger is attacking one of your friends, you can run in the way of those arrows, raise your shield, and then shoot those arrows back at the ranger. Another good example is, as a thief player, you could see a guardian with a hammer going in for a bunch of big attacks on your allies, and with the right timing, you could teleport yourself into where that guardian and your ally are, and drop a smoke field that will prevent the guardian's next attack from hitting your ally. And then finally, a fifth reason for why I enjoy the combat in Guild Wars 2 as much as I do is the combo field system and how certain skills can interact with one another to create new effects. For example, if you had an Elementalist and a Ranger together, the Elementalist could drop a wall of fire on the ground, and then the Ranger could fire a volley of arrows through that wall, and each arrow would be lit on fire, which would then burn whatever their target was. Another example would be a warrior with a longbow lighting up a portion of the ground around them with fire, and then switching to a sword and leaping through it to give themselves a fire shield. It's all of these reasons and more put together that really make me enjoy the combat, because all of these things create different combat situations and spice up the gameplay and give me different tools to deal with different situations. At any rate, those are just 5 of the reasons why I enjoy Guild Wars 2's combat over a lot of other online games I've played, and if you are, say, new to the game or you are looking into picking up the game, hopefully this video has maybe given you a better impression of Guild Wars 2's combat than you may have seen before. And with that, this was just a fun little video I wanted to put together. Hopefully you enjoyed it. And with that, I will see you in the next video or around the stream. Take care.
Howdy, we're back. Another toast segment. Woo, what's up? Not a lot. This is Liz Kirstein. She's an associate brand manager.
And together, we are Liz Wars 2.
Liz Wars 2, you guys. Not coming to stores this fall. Maybe one day. But anyway.
It's the dream.
Yes. I'm getting really loopy. I've had so many carbs.
Is it this
and
apple
all the sugar
cider?
in the, it is totally apple cider. Come on.
That's why we're
Totally
hiding the
apple
bottle.
cider. Anyway, let's do the, you want to do these questions?
Questions? Sure.
You excited?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna down toast. All right, what's your profession?
My main profession is Guardian.
What's your race?
Silvari all the way.
Nice. With distinction.
Yeah,
Like,
so many salads.
how long have you been with ArenaNet?
Almost 2.5 years.
Excellent. Which feature coming to Heart of Thorns are you most excited about?
Probably guild features, mostly for Lost Precipice, because it's so beautiful.
What elite spec are you looking forward to most and why?
Probably the Scrapper, because it looks super fun,
High
right?
five, yeah. Angie, hype. Love it. What's your favorite food in the game?
So I was gonna say it's Strawberry Ghost, but I'm told that's happened before, even though someone got the name wrong. So I'm gonna have to go and say peach tarts, because I have about 1,000 of them because of all the crafting I do.
Peach tarts.
Yeah.
Excellent. They sound delicious.
They look super good.
Yeah. If you could do gliding or mushroom jumping in real life, which would you choose?
Super gliding, yeah, for sure.
Gliding, yeah, cool.
Especially ley line gliding, please.
Yeah, it's nice. Guild halls, Gilded Hollow or Lost Precipice? Lost Precipice.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Got a little ahead of
fair.
myself there.
You know, it's fine. Ruby's cheering in the background. Name a band or artist who should cover the song Bash the Dragon.
The National.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Because they did that Game of
Yeah, I'm thinking like the Reigns of Castamere type.
Song. I
like
had
just
to, like,
super
not
ominous.
say Game of Thorns.
Heart of Thrones?
Heart of Thrones. The National, that's a good answer. Describe a Quaggan in one word.
Cool.
Oh, good. I like that. What's your favorite Revenant legend?
Ventari, I'm super looking forward to that.
Cool.
Or Glint. Or both. Together.
Okay. Both together. Can you do that?
All at once.
Who are you most excited to reunite with in Destiny's Edge?
Zoja.
Zoja, yeah. Aw. That's through a love. Is it Wyvern or Wyvern?
Wyvern.
Wyvern. Unequivocally.
Yeah.
You have such you're like, I got this. I know these answers. Like,
it's so weird.
If you could summon anyone, alive or dead, whatever, in the world, to be a Miss Champion in PvP, who would it be?
Andre the Giant.
That's a good answer.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a really good
He'd
answer.
be the best Miss Champion.
Huh. Cool. Have you beaten the Halloween jumping puzzle?
I have.
You should answer this.
I have.
She's
I've beaten
super
it.
beaten the Halloween jumping
Super
puzzle.
good at it.
In fact, I think, isn't there like a story about this? Like,
so I actually have on occasion had devs come in and like sign in on my computer and be like, I'm going to come back in 20 minutes. I expect to have the chest from the end of this puzzle done. I'm like, all right.
Okay,
And then their characters are all dyed pink.
I love it. Would you like any actual toast? I can't actually eat any more of this. Toast.
So I've never had hazelnut spread, so I would like tonight to be the night that I have hazelnut spread on this
Look,
mostly
look,
burnt
look.
piece of toast. Oh,
Wow.
beautiful. It's
But
gorgeous.
like this,
It's
see,
actually,
it's the
it
final
worked.
one, and it finally shows off our logo appropriately.
You wanna like hold it up?
But yeah.
All right,
So here you
I'll
go.
spread this
This not Nutella.
and eat it
hazelnut
probably
spread.
off camera because I don't want to be like hanged if I don't actually like it.
Oh no, it's fine. Oh, you've never had it?
I've never had it ever in my
this
life.
is exciting.
Yeah. Spread a little faster, sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. Let me know what you think. Yeah.
I'm
good.
moving.
Right? It's amazing, right? telling you. So, sorry, I'll let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish. We should toast to Heart of Thorns launching. What would you like to toast to?
I would like to toast to my own couple corners of the fan community. So
Oh,
Twit
cool.
Guild, thank you.
Oh, cool.
Everyone on Tumblr, thank you. You're all wonderful people, and it's been nice to be on this journey with you.
Awesome. Cheers.
Cheers.
Awesome. Here's the launch.
Apple cider and hazelnut spread.
And to Liz Wars too.
Yes, that most of all.
Yeah, for sure. We have some super exciting stuff coming up. We're on down to the last hour.
Oh my gosh.
OMG. I'm getting out of here. This is the last toaster segment. Hope you loved it. Thanks for joining. Stick around.
Thank you,
It's about
Lizzie.
to get hot in here.
Development director, and for those of you that don't know what that is, basically I like to keep Colin in line. That's basically my whole entire
It's a full-time job.
How's that working out for you?
It really, pretty well actually. Have you seen how well behaved he's been on the streams? Like pretty.
It's when the camera's off that I need you.
Yeah, I look. I'm in here. I can't control what he's doing out there right now.
So we're going to talk a little bit about more Heart of Thorns development, but right now, Kristen has something to tell everybody.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody on here is constantly aware of what is going on in game, but we have released the build for Heart of Thorns. So the build is available right now, and everybody should patch up. Get in the game, get the latest, and then at midnight we will turn on the expansion and make it available. So get patched up, make sure you're all ready. Wait at the portal to the MAGUUMA jungle. You should wait right there and all hang out. Z is shaking his head at me and it's amazing. Everybody should hang out there. Oh, do the story instance first. You can tell, yes. Do the story instance first after the expansion comes out.
That's why he's shaking his head. That's the wrong thing.
Yeah, he's like,
it's not going to work. So in case you weren't very clear, I think you were, patch now. You can patch now and start downloading the Heart of Thorns content. And at midnight, we'll turn it on.
Yep.
All right. So in case that wasn't exciting enough, like anybody is even listening to us at this point, they're like all lunging for their desktops.
I thought we were going to get the really exciting, like, save the best for last stream. And we got overshadowed. I think. Thank you. We got overshadowed.
I was saying this before.
Everybody's tapping out right now.
Absolutely true. A long time ago, about 6 months ago, Crystal and Jason were sitting beside me, just behind me, and then they moved away, and I haven't seen them since until this very
Cast
moment.
away to the dungeon.
So this is a very special occasion for me.
How big is this building?
Gigantic.
Big. Okay. I feel like there's stuff I don't know about. All right, so I'll tell you what. While you patch, while you start getting the update, we can talk a little bit about working on Heart of Thorns. Crystal and I have talked a lot about raids, but I want to hear what your absolute favorite thing is that you've been working on. You can spoil a tiny bit, not a ton.
Traxxas.
Really? Well, that was super easy.
But it is the Chalk Gérant. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Stefan's probably over there going, oh, God, horrible butchering of my language.
There's like a single tear down Stefan's cheek.
I am glad you
It's
have-
because French Canadian, sorry. It's not real
my
French.
Goodness. I'm glad you have trouble with that as well, because we're running through all of the bugs leading up towards Heart of Thorns
But there were a
launch.
bunch. This guy's
And
not named Trexus.
People can attest to this. I was reading off bug names, and I'm like, I have no idea for how to pronounce this. I need like a writer sitting right beside me and whispering the pronunciation into my ear so that I get it right.
I've had a little bit of that too. So, all right, Jason, what about you?
Ooh, I'm actually fairly fresh here, but I started off on that the Mordrum army with Crystal here training me up.
That was fun. It was mostly us just like messing around with AI and doing things we shouldn't be doing.
Oh no.
That was brutal. We found a lot of fun things.
Yeah.
What if they could fly?
We almost kind of did that. We made these we made these gadgets that could be created on players, and then if you like stepped on the gadget, you could make another gadget, and then it would just make these like stairways. We were like, oh yeah, that's not good.
The original idea was to like create a barrier around players, and then another monster could like jump into that barrier and just mess you up.
Yeah, you couldn't dodge out of it. You had to like jump out of this like little ring that he put you in.
Oh my gosh.
It didn't really work.
I know how
but it was
much
fun.
trouble I have with the Tequatl waves and jumping over those, so I already know that would be bad news for me.
I think I have successfully dodged like 3 of those, and I do Tequatl at least a couple times a week.
I have the achievement. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. Right? I got the achievement. I got my 50 AP, and I called it good. It can just knock me over until hell freezes over now. It's fine. Totally fine. All right, so you know everything about the game, every tiny little piece.
Oh man,
Surprise!
That's a very dangerous statement to make. I don't actually. I have to give a shout out to my guild, the NeoGAF Guild. I'm probably going to regret that later. They're the ones that made that awesome book. Also, Colin's a member of that guild, and they're really awesome. But I'm terrible at the game, really and truly awful. My least favorite question to be asked in game is, "Oh, what build are you running?" Because I have no clue.
I don't want to. I never want to answer that question. Probably not one that you think is good enough.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever I thought was fun. Whatever thought it looked cool, weapon-wise.
Meta is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh.
And my brother very subtly was like passing me what is the build meta site that sets all that stuff? Meta Battle. And so he was like, you should probably look at this.
So when I play PvP, I do that. I'm like, okay, maybe this will help me. It hasn't so far, but I remain hopeful. But yeah, in PvE, I'm like, what sounds like fun? Let me burn everything. So, side note, sir, are we just all in GAF?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm
not. Cos is having heart palpitations right now. He's like, oh, wow, they're talking about us.
I'm not.
Dude, it's okay.
Well, I'll have to get you an invite.
Yeah.
All right.
I
Can you guys invite Crystal?
Yeah,
Seriously,
right.
please.
Yeah.
That
Awesome.
will be the new ArenaNet guild.
Surprise.
Other than the actual
actual one. That's fine.
We have one of those. All right, so what's your favorite thing about Heart of Thorns that you've been helping out with?
Well, for me, really, I'm focused on the development side. I think it's amazing to see 200 plus people come together to make a phenomenal expansion.
Gosh, yeah.
It really is impressive, and we have such impressive developers around here. They're amazing. They work really, really hard. They're good at their jobs. And every day, just wandering around tonight, it's every single person has made such an impact on this game, and it blows me away.
Yeah.
Especially us.
Yeah, especially Crystal.
Mostly Crystal.
Basically, mostly them.
Yeah.
All right, so as a player, what are you most looking forward to? You're closest to me, so you get picked on
So I
first
get
all the
picked on
time.
first all the time?
You can't say Trexus again.
What? But what if I
Them's the rules.
like world bosses?
Well, do we only have one?
And she also designed awesome.
You have
Z's
to pick
pointing at
something
him,
different.
so Z's my favorite thing.
Are you a world boss?
He's pointing at himself. I don't
Wait,
know
I
what's
didn't
going
know
on.
if we could choose Z. I changed my mind. I want to go with Z.
All right, Jason, care to make it unanimous?
Yeah. Let's go
All right,
unanimous.
thanks, man. He's like over there praying for death.
That's what he gets.
Sorry. That's what happens when you're in the room. I'm sorry. So, all right, we are going to let you guys get back to the party.
All right.
We are 51 minutes out. 51 minutes, you guys. Heart of Thorns is here
Cray,
after
cray. Time to go
years.
Cray, cray.
Nobody's going home.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We have stuff to do. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Let's rejoin the
yeah.
party. We will see you guys in Heart of Thorns in less than an hour. We'll be back.
That's what's up.
It's not often that you get a chance to stay with a character for as long as we have with these characters. We started in 2009, So we're going almost 6 years that we've been working on this for one game.
The stories became more important, so therefore they needed actors to come in and actually bring life to those characters that they've worked so hard to create.
Become part of me and endure, or fall forever into oblivion.
I love the Sylvari naivete that has evolved over the course of the games.
I've lived with this character for a long time now, and I love what she stands for.
But humanity's resolve will never waver. We have withstood every challenge thrown at us, because unity is our strength.
I think the goal of any story is, especially when it's a long-running thing, is for it to evolve and for it to change and for it to grow. You shouldn't see the same person all the way throughout, especially over 6 years. You need to see a different side of them. But around that, circumstances always change characters, and conflict reveals character. So as we've seen different conflicts happen, you're going to see a different character.
The thing that appeals to me about Air is she has had a complicated life, which makes her a complex character. While she is very strong and very capable and very mighty, as an actress, the part that I'm most attached to are the poignant moments with her.
There's nothing better inside of the gaming community than speculation and people that can be vehement and passionate about their reasons and cite examples of why they're right and you're wrong. So there's this long-running, much-debated thing as far as when Logan decided to leave. Did he do it of his own accord, or was it something that Jenna did to him? And there's people on both sides of the fence that, you know, have strong cases for either side. And I could speculate. I could tell you what I think, but it's my secret.
I think what Logan did was a combination of the two. I think Queen Jenna, you know, had a little bit of a hand, but Logan did as well. I think it was both of them. That's what I'm going to say.
There's so much to me that's revealed about character and the impact of the story through the people that play it, because they get to take away different things.
It's been amazing to be here from the beginning all the way up to the huge announcement in January, and to be there with all the fans. This community's incredible. It's like a level above. It's amazing. It's a wonderful community, and I'm just really excited for launch. I can't wait to see everybody's experience of this thing, because it's gorgeous. What you guys are putting together is just stunning.
Yay! Just like, we're gonna take 5.
What's up, team? I'm Hirix from Digital Pro Sports. We're a tournament hosting and broadcasting team, and we cover a multitude of games, including Guild Wars 2. Head on over to twitch.tv/digitalprosports to check us out.
So now we're on to our ogre thing. Can you play me a voice reference for that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks.
What's a voice reference?
You'll hear. A voice reference is what I did in the last session as this character, and so it just reminds me of where I was vocally, to be able to pull it off again.
Cool. Quick hold. You want to match that with the B, right?
I'm coming up.
B to C.
I want the world to.
In the news today. What? Chitter gurgle tone crackle.
Yeah, don't worry about all that.
Scream and some death gurgles in there if you can kind of pause them out.
Oh no! You mean this guy's gonna die?
Hey, everybody. I am the new replacement. I will be reading your announcements. In the cafeteria, we have macaroni and cheese.
And bug corpses.
And then I would adversely to the other guy.
I've replaced him, So, make sure you're not parking in part 816. That does belong to Terry in accounting. He has made several complaints.
What kind of a growl? You want a snarl growl or you want a like? Is it what it? I don't think we've growled before in this. Have I growled?
I would say more of a grr, just yeah,
okay.
Like that.
Ambush! Ambush!
Nice, and I'll say tighten it up overall with those two, even just quicker on our seat.
Ambush!
Nice, that will work there. Keep that seat.
This is our last dev chat on this set before Heart of Thorns goes live, you guys.
Wow.
I keep turning around looking at this. 45 minutes.
Yes.
45 minutes, you guys.
We're almost there.
How long has this been in the making? This has been a while.
Yeah, it's been a couple years of just really kind of hammering on this, bringing it all together.
Oh my gosh.
And the amount of chaos that we've done in the last 2 weeks just to get into the last final, finishing touches and just polishing everything.
Worked so hard. And actually, I'm like Lizzie, I'm like super tired and loopy, so I'm getting ahead of myself. Why don't we go down the row and introduce who you are, what you do for ArenaNet?
I'm Mike Zadorozhny. I'm one of the game design leads. Mostly I've just been focused on polishing like the open world content and helping the designers kind of really dial in those last minute changes.
I'm Stephen Waller. I'm Associate Game Director, and I've been working on raids, so we're prepared to collect all your tears.
And I'm Jeff Grubb. I'm one of the narrative designers, and I've been working on open world content with Mike and others to help, fine-tuning message and get everything, going for the various areas in the open world game.
Awesome. All right, so all of this we've been doing, like Z was talking about, we have all of this chaos of getting everything ready. What is the absolute, what are you proudest of? And it can be a moment where you got something taken care of that you didn't think you were going to, or it can be an overall feature.
So for the last several months, I've been working on kind of a big open world encounter. We kind of hinted a little bit at it down at TwitchCon last month.
Oh.
And so this is really exciting because it's something that we've taken our large-scale world bosses to another degree. Like, how much more can we add on to these things? To the point where, like, the prop was too big, so we actually had to. It wasn't exporting correctly. It was too large for the map, so like the artist had to kind of chop down some sections to make sure it was actually going to work.
It's just an enormous foot that comes down in.
But
it's an enlarged Asuran.
Yeah. Maybe we'll put that as a note for next time. But no, it was a lot of fun, and just working with these tremendous artists who are having such creative bursts of just expression in terms of what they were trying to accomplish, and working from the very beginning when it was just a giant blue textureless creature, and then when he finally started getting textures and battle damage and effects and everything else, it's amazing to watch some of these things. And
yeah, and it's been a building process.
Yeah.
I mean, Z has been working on stuff since we launched with Living World and other initiatives, and like all the lessons that you've learned from all the different types of content that we've shipped to really get to the point where, I mean, I played it, and I haven't been as involved in it, but I played it the other day, and it was a ton of fun. It was really not only just the gameplay aspect of it, but just the spectacle of it, I thought was really, really great. So kudos to you guys for pulling that off.
Yeah, you guys have been tireless, seriously, and it shows.
And that last open world encounter is just absolutely fantastic. Peter Fries and I have been doing a lot of the writing on it, and it just really came together, and it really has a feel and a vibe. And after we've completed it, we've been playtesting the heck out of it.
Oh my gosh,
and
right.
One thing I've really been enjoying is throughout the various sectors and zones that we have, that I'm always discovering something new. We've added so much stuff in there. Wait a minute, that wasn't there before. This is a new area. Someone carved this out. There's a new jumping puzzle type of thing here. I've got to go find it out. And that's my hardest thing when I was playtesting, was not getting distracted. I have to go over and help with this project here.
You find something off to the side, and it's so cool.
Here, that wasn't there before. I want to see what's there.
Burrowing chickens.
Yes.
Burrowing chickens. I finally heard the story behind burrowing chickens, and I was so happy. So, a side note, I hope you guys can hear like the partying and cheering outside.
Yes.
Everybody is getting so excited as we get close. Okay, so Steven, same question for you.
Well, I'm excited for raids, and I think the fact that we were able to get the first encounter in for BWE 3 was really awesome. and we had some issues with the new enhanced squad UI, but before the BW3 was over, we were able to get that up and running again so that we were able to get people in to see the content and get great feedback on it. And I think for the people that were able to get in there, there was a lot of positive feedback. A lot of tears were collected as well, but...
Are you just like drinking those? I was curious.
Yeah,
we're storing them for future use.
when we need them, we've got a store of them. But yeah, I think that was a great thing that the team was able to do, was get the content out in front of our players so that we could get that real feedback on, like, how did it feel, what did they like, could we improve, and we've taken that feedback, and I think when raids finally come out, people they're in for some fun. It's fun, it's challenging, but it's fun at its core, and it really leverages the gameplay and the gameplay systems and the combat systems that we have in the game. The movement abilities, dodging, all that stuff really comes into play with the raids, and I think people are going to be surprised at how fun they are, but also how challenging they are, and how they require you not only to work with your group, but also, you know, do your part as well. So. Excited for that.
Yeah.
I so am. Yeah. So Jeff, how about you?
Oh goodness.
You have to pick one.
Pick one. Well, I'm going to say I became the frog guy in the fact that a lot of the material we did on the new Hawk and the Itzel, two of our new races, basically did a lot of their areas, and I'm really happy with the way they came together and how we managed to set up a difference between the two groups that basically is much more than just models. The thing I truly have enjoyed playing has been all the movement stuff as far as the gliding.
Oh, yeah.
And as we have evolved...
So many people said gliding.
Oh, the gliding is just fantastic. And I will say, there has been more than a few times of crashing to my untimely end, you know, as we decide, oh wait, they changed the timer on how long it would last.
Well, I don't know if you saw, but way back when we first looked at gliding on the live stream, we were showing off guild halls, and I maintain that this was not my fault.
Oh, okay.
But Link was like, "Oh yeah, just glide down here, and we'll do this thing." I jumped off, I glided for like 2 seconds, and then just bam, fell. And Link was like, "No, you don't hit space again." I'm like, "I didn't touch anything.
I turned it off."
I could not figure out how it worked. I had no idea
and when
what
that
was going
happens
on.
when we're testing raids, nobody's going to buy it. They're just going to say, bad down, and regardless of if there was a technical glitch or whatever, you weren't doing your part. So
I was the last person to be allowed to use that excuse.
It's not just you. The first time I experienced gliding was with a group. They all had gliding. They jumped off the cliff. I followed. I followed. I did not have gliding at that point. I had not.
No!
And so it was just like everyone sails away as I plummet to my death.
Somebody go back for Jeff.
It's definitely been one of those things where, like, we've been going back and playing on live and gliding.
Yes.
So now we go back to the old world, and it's like,
oh gosh,
oh, I can't do this anymore. These cliffs that are so beautiful, I can't jump off
everything
without
is so
cratering
steep.
down below. Yes.
I was actually doing that this afternoon. I was basically wrapping up some stuff in preparation for my character. And okay, yes, I should know better. I shouldn't be able to hit that jump from that cliff, but I did anyway.
Speaking of preparation, it's Red Rock Bastion. That's where you want to go hang out if you're getting ready for the Heart of Thorns story. To correct Kristen a little bit there.
Kristen is going to come in here. So I want to point out, because you mentioned something just now, we've had access to gliding, and this is not as like braggy as it sounds, because we've been banging our heads on broken stuff to make it better for you guys. But we've all had access to gliding just whenever we want it for ages.
Yeah.
And we're still, so many people have come in here tonight like, I am excited for gliding. We've been doing it for months and months, and we are still in love with it.
Well,
and to me, that speaks to what a good job we
the
did.
maps really reward it. And
Yes.
this is one of the
Yes.
things. We've got very vertical maps, and it's the type of thing that you're going to be going through them and getting the experience and getting the masteries to use these various movement abilities. And then you come back to these maps and you find that they go, oh my gosh, I can get to this area I couldn't get to before. I can get part of this content. It's going to be, I think that's an encouragement that makes the maps a lot
Or there's new
richer
events that'll unlock
than they would
bigger,
be.
richer rewards, or NPCs that'll help you as you're trying to do other challenges.
Right. Yeah.
Like all of everything kind of flows together as one giant kind of masterpiece.
Yeah. All right, you guys. 35 minutes.
35
Wow.
35 minutes. Heart of Thorns is here. I know you're all like patching like crazy, and hang in there.
I do want
We're
to say a
getting
big
close.
thank you to all of our fans, because we have an amazing job. We get to build these cool content and these cool systems for you guys, but we couldn't do it without you. So thanks for hanging in there, for believing in us, for
Go
everything.
ahead.
Just
You guys have saved our sanity too, more times than you know, with how encouraging you've been. and how helpful you've been in helping us test this content and make it better.
Very supportive across the board. Our fans have been very supportive of us as we've been moving through toward this date. So they're just really excited.
Yeah. So a couple people have done this tonight, and it reminded me that this was a thing I wanted to do tonight. It's a tiny bit self-indulgent, but I do want to give a shout out and a thank you to my guild that I've been with since Guild Wars 1. So thank you guys, and True, you have been incredible, and I love you so much. So, are you guys ready to get back there and get ready for Hot?
Oh yeah.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to get into Hot.
Yes.
Yes, please. I need to go back to my computer and start patching.
Yes.
Oh gosh,
So,
yes.
Yeah. All right, you guys, we will see you back here at 11:55. We want you here with us for the countdown in those last minutes before Heart of Thorns. We will be back. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
The journey of the hero is filled with trials. Trials of courage. Trials of loss. Trials of war. Each forging the hero in the fires of resolve, wisdom, and strength, propelling them into the unknown. This journey never ends. The hero's journey is to become legend.
What you just saw was the world premiere of the first expansion pack for Guild Wars 2.
We're going to be developing new types of content experiences that you'll find in the jungle, new challenges for you and your groups and for your guild. And as we build to the point of the launch of the expansion, we'll come back and tell you about each of those in a lot more detail.
This is what remains of the pack fleet that we saw, spoiler alert, get destroyed. Most adventures are going to have some amount of tension, you know.
I want to play.
We've all been brainstorming and coming up with a bunch of ideas of how we can really integrate this sense of progression into the maps.
All right. There we go.
So masteries are going to represent a bit of endgame progression. With gliding, we really wanted to play on a sense of freedom.
Mr. Hugh, what is the objective of Stronghold?
Objective is actually really simple for Stronghold. It's kill the enemy lord. Come on, please help me. Help. Oh, yeah, he got my back. He's got my back. Boom.
You can see that giant vine is actually up here now, and it's shooting stuff down at us.
I saw on Reddit that we were like shipping next week, so I don't know why this isn't done.
When it's ready,
there is a lot more to come.
Yeah, Roy, you gotta get back to work.
Doing an expansion?
Yeah, little one.
Yeah,
big one.
Yeah,
It's hot.
I don't know if anyone's heard about it, but anyways, we're doing an expansion. So the buildings are actually destructible.
Yes.
So you can actually use a trebuchet and knock all these buildings down.
This is it, guys.
Oh my God, 10 seconds,
Do it.
please.
Where's the
Spike
clutch?
'em, spike 'em.
Where's the clutch? The score. Look at the score.
What? How did
300.
Oh, they killed the
Competitive's
NPC.
in the lead.
They killed
We had the lead.
Come on, baby.
We did it. We did it, baby.
The tree's alive. The tree's alive.
Unbiased. This is my first time doing this, I'm sorry.
Centaur have finally come to make peace with us, offering to be our mounts in exchange for food and money because their economy is in shambles.
Which you'll see here in a second. So the elite skill essentially explodes energy from the tablet.
I'm Lord Farron, and apparently I'm rich. Surprise! My family's thrilled. Oh my gosh!
You ready to pan? It's gonna go.
Oh! So cool.
And that is a completed cavern. You can just see me there in the corner as
scale.
Link for scale.
Yep.
Whoa, it just keeps going. Oh my gosh.
Let's go take a look up there. Like, there you go, you did it. Oh
I
God,
didn't
don't-
touch anything.
Don't press space again.
We added weapon swap to Revenant. So this was a skill we actually showed off in the original trailer for the hot expansion. Gritlock used this skill.
I actually don't know if we've ever been on at the same time before.
You know, we could pretend it's like a split screen thing and we're really not in the same room and Mark has like edited us
We've
together.
actually recorded this at separate times. We're not even in the same room together.
Yeah, Mark is doing some amazing editing.
The Tempest itself is going to be your kind of close to mid-range, supportive, and just kind of all-out brawler. And not all effects are final.
Come on, man. Come on, boy.
These core systems are the ways we will grow the game.
Yes! Yes! Whoa! The hammer of the bow!
Every second, enemies around you get set on fire.
Yeah. Let's start fights.
I'll let you take it.
October 23rd, Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns is going to be releasing. I believe we're 56 days away. if
And
my
counting.
math is correct.
Raids are coming to Guild Wars 2.
Retaliate with a kick. So you're using impact strike, uppercut, and then you have a finishing blow.
Look at Ardoliak. He's got some armor on
And
now. He's
I
ready
was
to go.
really distracted by Hugh slamming himself into the wall. So.
Yeah.
What will happen is it will kind of kick off a piece of combat music, and then everything is broken up into these little chunks of 2, 4, sometimes 8 measures of music. And the game it'll loop those chunks and it'll constantly be checking to see, is the fight escalating or is it de-escalating? And depending on what the game thinks is happening, it will seamlessly switch to a new section of the same piece of music.
When Gritlock is kind of going up to the doors and he goes, "Wah," and it's like, "Wah," and
Yeah,
like that.
She's just so cool. I think that all the teams are pretty happy about this enemy type.
The tool belt skill for that one is an AoE reveal.
Those of you who have been watching for a while will notice that the tradition of moose continues.
Because of the extensive development that the Druid has been undergoing, and there will still be quite a bit more before Heart of Thorns actually comes out.
Adventures are sort of repeatable single player content where you have control over starting and stopping this content, so you can really aim to get your best high score. I'm using gliding, I'm using some speed mushrooms. Jumping mushrooms is very important.
Why didn't you show me that?
Well, reasons.
Get into your squad once you've got 10 other players, and you don't have to have the full squad to start. You walk up to the entry, and we've got this awesome portal that you walk into. It's real scary. And you'll get the same little pop-up that you get when you go into dungeons, and then it'll ask you like which wing section you want to go into. So for Beta Weekend 3, you'll just have the one option, and then once our second release comes out, it'll populate that list with more options. You will be able to earn these as rewards for your guild halls, and each of them are unique to every single boss. It's your idiot beacon. If they're standing in the fire, they're bad.
A part of the skill of gliding is learning to navigate those and learning, okay, if I go up here and then I glide a little bit more, then I can get all the way up here, because there are things at every level, literally down farther than you can see.
I'm going to say 2 words: burrowing chickens. But this is exactly like what we're doing moving forward with pretty much every legendary that we're doing.
I'm like pushing for spoilers here, but I'm not even a little bit sorry.
All you need to know is that I'm back, and I'm better than ever.
The characters now have the ability to walk and talk in a way that they really couldn't before. It feels kind of like coming home, and it really is part of that, giving that sense of player character agency.
All of you, come on.
I am 8-Bit. Come on up. Thank you so much.
Our friends helping make TwitchCon happen.
Who helped make this so successful for us too.
What is up? Is that like
to the water that allowed us
Bring
to
in
get
Colin Water. Everyone's been so
Come on, guys.
Thank you.
Colin Water.
And now we dance.
Welcome to Guild Chat. Guild Chat.
So this is the Guild Initiative office. It is the place that guilds are going to be able to go to when they first start off.
So once you complete this challenge, then what happens?
We hold a post-mortem. We have a small competition going to debate how many of you are going to pick heights and how many of you are going to pick the gilded colors.
Really?
Yes. Can Derek confirm that apples will not be needed for any core upgrades? Well, I'm sorry, guys, but the very essence of an apple is its core.
I don't know if you know, but we're launching expansion next week. Have you heard about it at all?
You're no ordinary gamer. These are no ordinary gaming desktops. With a commitment to quality, uncompromising performance, and jaw-dropping design, Alienware pushes the limits to bring you the gaming experience you crave, because you demand nothing less than the ultimate gaming experience.
No, that's not the guy. It's my favorite game, and I have sworn that on the day of launch I will play Heart of Thorns. My favorite class is the thief. I know that it's pretty cheap, but I play it anyway. People yell at me when I go down, cause it happens a lot and everyone around me has to revive me every second of every time I'm in a dungeon. And it's not fun for them, but I don't care. Yeah, I play it anyway. Yeah.
My name is MMO Inks. You might know me as the guy who deletes all of his characters. Or maybe as a top PvP player. Seriously though, I am host and co-host to a number of Guild Wars 2 podcasts. I like to break down, analyze, and speculate on MMOs. But most importantly, I've fostered a friendly, helpful, and relaxed community here on Twitch. So stop by, check it out, and say hello.
Welcome here to Gamescom, welcome to Cologne, and welcome to the World Tournament Series here. All these 4 teams right now are looking really on point. This could go any single way here.
Going to try and take that monster. This is big. But Ross gets taken out first, and that's massive here. Oh no, they've got the Rampage Lord at 70%. Oh my god, look at this rating going down now. 50% on Orange Logo. They're going to get the kill. Oh my god. Win. They're not at 350. They're now at 350. They've still got 16 points left. If they die, they will lose points. It is not over. They need to try and pick up the notes. They need to hold the point, but look who's on note. Tage is on point. They should be able to keep this. And this is a very big surprise, but can the Upjohn go for Lord Rush themselves? They're not in range. Freeling against the rest of Sindrudin. And again, Orange Logo bringing it out at the last minute when we have not a chance in hell of knowing what is going to happen.
Hey, I'll just take a second while you all get drinks, and then we'll start the final countdown here. All right, so we have, what would you say, a couple hundred people? Yeah. And I understand we are joined right now by 10,000 of our closest friends. Say hi to our close friends watching from home. So first, hey, we just did a 5-hour live stream leading up to this. I want to give a big hand to Ruby, Lizzie, Regina, the whole comms team who put this all together. Big hand, everyone. And of course, I want to give a big hand to Tom, Eva, Lindsay, the whole HR team for throwing us this party. All right, so I'm going to talk to our fans at home for a minute, our friends at home, and then I'm going to talk to the company. So, to our friends at home, it's been 9 months since we announced this. We've been on this amazing journey with you for the last 9 months. And, you know, your outpouring of love has just been incredible. We meet with you at the trade shows, at the fan shows, and letters. We read all your letters that you've been sending, goodies. What's better than fans sending goodies to the office, right? And you know the day that I think I will never forget is when we launched Play for Free, and everybody organized in the starter zones to welcome all the new players to the game. Yes. It was unforgettable. So tonight, we all have champagne. Let's make a toast, and let's make this toast to our fans. All right. Cheers, everyone. I'll do it this hand. All right, enough. Now. Yeah, okay, now I want to talk to ArenaNet people. And for this part, I need the fans to cover their ears because I'm going to gush. Okay? So yeah, earmuffs, everybody. Honestly, just cover your ears, okay? Everybody at home covering their ears? All right, because you have all worked so hard to get ready for tonight. I've walked around the office and seen everybody here pouring your heart and soul into this game. And I was talking a minute ago about the outpouring of love for our fans. And there's one that really touched me and I think really kind of got me in the feels and showed what this all means. And so I'm just going to read it to you. Okay. This game has brought back out the best in me. It always has, and I owe ArenaNet the world for reminding me who I am, and the simple reason is that this game inspires me. It makes me actually want to believe in the world again, knowing that there are people out there who aren't just phoning it in, but are really pouring themselves into everything they do. It's profoundly beautiful. No other game I play makes me feel this way. This is to all of you. I leave Rally Waypoint and pan my camera a certain way, catching the entirety of the Cathedral of Eternal Radiance in my field of view. It's even more breathtaking than any physical, geographical anomaly I've ever visited. I complete Troll's Revenge after hours of grinding and chill with a welder who has now moved from where he was welding the day before. I think how incredible it is that I can sink that kind of investment into what is such a tiny fraction of the whole experience. I AFK at the packed base in the Silver Wastes. I watch the char worker NPC go over and pick up a crate of some sorts, walk over and queue for the elevator, which he enters into once it descends, and I laugh at how happy I am to see NPCs choreographed. Experiences like this happen to me every day, and I'm constantly reminded how glad I am that I have a hobby that is not only supported, but enriched by all the people enabling it. So this wall of text is basically for me to gush here and to say thank you to ArenaNet for looking beyond just the logistics of making a video game, and for actually creating a world full of curiosity, love, challenge, and inspiration. Thank you for the hours you've given me so far, and here's for many great hours to come. Thank you. That's to all of you. You poured your heart and soul into this game, and now enjoy it. Now we get to launch it to the world. Everybody gets to see what you've been making on. So thank you, everyone. And we are down to just 2 minutes left. Can you believe it? It all happens in 2 minutes. So actually, I have one more piece of good news to share with everybody. We hit another milestone. Do you know this? We have our accounts that have played Guild Wars 2 around the world is now, do you know it? 7 million people have played Guild Wars 2. Can you even believe that? 7 million people. So, I mean, that's the state of Washington. There's 7 million people in the state of Washington. Every time I think about it, it just blows my mind. Okay, what are you all doing in 1 minute and 20 seconds? Running to your desk? Not in a panic, right? This is going to be, what was that? Welcoming the world, good. Getting your glider wings. Getting our guild hall, ArenaNet guild hall. All right, here we go. All right, let's get Colin up here, because I know Colin promised the fans he's going to push the big red button. Yeah, and really, let's get as many people as possible. Come on, crowd around. This is it. This is our game. We all made together. Okay, you guys ready? Ready to start counting here? All right, let's start at 20. You ready? $20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone, we did it. Enjoy this night, everyone. You deserve it. This is a great night. All right, now, players, we're going to meet you in the game in just a minute. ArenaNet employees, I need you all to report to the game room. We've got one more little surprise for you all. We'll see you in the game room.
Hello?
I brought my skull.
He's switching the sound.
Here he comes. He's running.
Oh my god.
I don't know where I'm looking. Oh, right there.
All right. Does anybody else want to tap it? All right, guys. We are signing off for the night. Thank you very, very much. And one last really special thank you to all of the people here who did so very much making it happen. I'm talking about you. And Toli and Stefan and Lizzie and Regina and Mark and Matt and Milad. Hey, you guys, Milad's late. And Milad, thank you.
That's all I gotta say.
I'm sorry, what?
You, you're all awesome. The stage is gonna break.
I just want to know what happens if I push the button again.
You'll turn the game off. You'll turn the game off.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay.
You'll turn the game off.
Thank you, fans. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. See you in Tyria.
See you in game.
Bash the dragon.
I feel like you should have the charts.